So we'll go ahead and get moving on this meeting. Good morning and thank you for joining us this morning for our City Council study session. We'll go ahead and get started. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Gray. Cheatham.
Yes.
Lurick.
Yes, here.
Mansfield.
Here.
Ortega.
Here.
Stevens.
Here.
Glad.
Here, thank you. We'll move to agenda item number 2 is the Animal Shelter Advisory Board update. Oh, before I do that, I just want you to know that the agenda item 4 has been pulled, Fire Union Quarterly Update. They're still in their promotions and they won't have anybody available to come over. And so we won't have that on the agenda. Agenda item number 2, Animal Shelter Advisory Board update. Representatives from the Animal Shelter Advisory Board will be in attendance to discuss the board's goals and projects as well as council's policies and expectations. Good morning.
Morning, and thanks for dragging me out of the bed at 9 in the morning. Tough thing for an old fat retired guy. So I think, Josh, Councilman, you have the bullets that I handed out. Or, okay, just as a reference, I know we don't have to hand out bullets. So what I did is I basically put together goals and objectives, since I think I gave this last year, the goals and objectives last year, and the goals and objectives for this year. So I can go over so we can contrast against the two and you guys can ask questions based upon that.
Would you do one thing before we get going much further? Just introduce yourself so the people watching, if there's anybody watching at home, then they'll know who you are.
Oh, good point. I'm Kelly Boudry. I am the chairman of the Shelter Advisory Board.
Perfect. Thank you.
And yearly presenter of this
That's right.
thing too. It seems to be a role now. So I was going to go through, since we have a makeup of the committee or of the board that's been changed recently, new people coming in, and I was just going to roll through those people to make sure people knew who they were. So other than myself, it's Arlen Walker from PAWS, Rhonda Martinez from Aid to Adoption, Danielle Lewis Ekstrom from the Bannock Humane Society, Sharon Engel, she was just nominated, and I don't think her confirmation has been done yet, but I think the mayor nominated her to come to the board. She's from the Bannock Humane Society. And then we have Sharon Seaver, Brandy Jacobson, Chris Hackelman, who's recent, and Beverly Dixon. So those are the 9 members of the organization. Chris Abbott's the director. Jennifer Brown is the secretary, and Josh Manfield is the Pocatello City Council representative for us. Well, he come to our first meeting last time. So at first, let me just read through what the objectives, what we believe the objectives are of the organization as written. So as it's written, the Animal Shelter Advisory Board was created to aid the council in considering all matters pertaining to the animal shelter, including the facility itself, management policies, fees, public relations, customer service, personal needs, and other such matters. That's kind of a blank check, I guess. The board consists of a maximum of 9 members, at least 2 of which are from the Bannock Humane Society, and that's one of our projects, is to change the makeup or to recommend a change in the makeup for the system, better reflect the community. And each member serves 2-year terms. So last year's goals were educating the public on animal shelter issues. That's relatively easy to achieve in a certain extent, because we do have a number of organizations there that can spread the word out to their members and to the public. Networking with local animal advocacy organizations, but I think we have a pretty good makeup right now in the on the advisory board organizations. The projects last year were working with the shelter on the community cat program. We put together a 5-year plan, basically just an overall plan of how do we get to be a no-kill shelter, and that plan was all sent out. That was sent, it was like in April when we sent it to Josh. I don't know where it went from there, but Chris asked me for a copy, and didn't recognize it. He didn't have one, so they have a copy now to consider for the future. And there is a lot for the shelter to do on that, more than the board information. And then we wanted to address the city ordinance, which is basically the number of dogs that are allowable. And there seems to be a discussion in the members on how many number of dogs was allowable. And there's reasons on both sides on limiting dogs in that. And then the shelter has a really good input on here's what we've seen in the past and here are objectives. So they're probably the major player in deciding if this needs to be changed or not. So 22 goals, educating the public as well as utilizing public feedback to help the Shelter Advisory Board prioritize important issues. This is something we thought, okay, there's a mechanism, we need to come up with some kind of mechanism so we can get feedback from the public in general, so we can prioritize some of the issues that we're addressing in the Shelter Advisory Board. It'll help us see what's out there that is a problem. Now, a lot of them are not, and we can work with the shelter they can help us take the chaff out and we can get to the real seeds. The city has a really good, on their website, has a really good electronic feedback mechanism I saw, and that was good. So there may be something there that we need to get with the city on to see if we can get some information through that. I don't know. Anyway, that's why it's a project, or that's why it will be a project. That's one of the goals, but we also put that down as a project. So I talked about establishing feedback methods for a project in 2022. Establish a recommendation to the City Council to update the verbiage required in the Shelter Advisory Board membership composition. That's what I talked about. Better reflect the community or other organizations. Right now, I think the Bannock Humane Society was put in there for 2 members, because I think back when this was done, I think Bannock Humane Society may have been really the only rescue or other animal advocacy organization at the time. So we may want to look at changing that. It may be appropriate to keep it the same, but we're working on that, and that will be a project. Again, community cat program, that's an important program, working with the shelter to see where we can go with that. And establish a recommendation to the City Council for deciding we're going to put a nail in this. We're going to have a recommendation to say, here's the number of dogs we recommend that the code address. Not going to let it languish any longer. We're going to put a nail in that. I have a recommendation. The board voted to provide a formal recommendation to the council for further consideration. And that's to have the City of Pocatello coordinate with the Animal Humane Society to perform a review of the public animal or Pocatello Animal Shelter and operations in order to provide feedback and recommendations. So that's just our recommendation. We discussed this several times, brought it to a vote, and decided, yeah, we'll just make the formal recommendation. So that's all I have for goals and projects. That's Chris, if you have anything beyond that. So, okay. So hopefully it didn't take 15 minutes and you guys have plenty of time for questions.
We'll have some
Sorry.
questions, probably. Any questions, Council? Roger?
I have one comment. There are a lot of people who do not own pets, and they may be sensitive either way to pets.
Sure.
Are those people represented on your board?
And that's a very good question. Probably not. That's just my question. I have never asked who doesn't have a pet or not.
But you know what I'm saying is that,
Exactly.
is that we're putting something into the city that is for all of the city. So if it's for all of the city, it should be how many pets does my neighbor have and how much they come in my, there should be somebody that's telling us that stuff too.
Maybe one of the requirements is a mix that has a non-pet owning person on the board.
Yeah,
or
it's just,
something. So it's a good
not somebody
consideration.
that's antagonistic, but
Sure.
somebody that says, hey, I've got a slothful neighbor that's got a lot of pets, and how do we deal with them?
They could provide really good input too. So yeah, that's a good comment. That's good consideration.
Linda and then Rick.
I didn't want to get too into the weeds, but I just was wondering if you could give us in a few short words what the community cat program or plan is.
I think that's probably can better be answered by Chris. And he has a strategy for that.
Morning, Mayor. Morning, Council. I'm Chris Abbott, Director of Animal Services. Community Cat program started as through Best Friends. We got some grant funding money.
Is this the TNR?
Yes, the TNR.
Okay.
Community Cats TNR, they kind of worded the same way.
Okay.
We were doing it for a while. After a while, the vets were losing vets. They didn't have enough staff to do our cats. We were doing 20, 25 a week. So we kind of pulled back because we didn't have any vets to do the project. Now we've got a vet in Blackfoot that's up to doing 10 cats a month. And we have Alta Animal Hospital here in Pokey that's also going to work with us for about 10 a month. So we're not fully going out and trapping, but it allows us, ones that come into the shelter, to go ahead and be spayed or neutered and then returned back.
Okay.
So that keeps the numbers low at the shelter, but we're not actively doing trapping right now.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess, how, that's like 2 liters a month. I mean, 2 litters a month.
If that, yes.
You know what I'm saying? If
Right.
they have 5 kittens,
Yeah, it's not a lot. It's only going to keep,
It's not
it's only
much.
going to keep the ones that come in the shelter out of the shelter.
okay.
Unfortunately, it doesn't help the colonies that are out there right now because we're not actively doing trapping or have a veterinarian that can actually handle those numbers.
Rick?
Kelly, you mentioned numbers of dogs that you're considering. Is there a similar restriction on cats?
Yes, there is, actually. It's more, the code is written as more than 5 cats, or I believe, and Chris, check me if I'm wrong here, I think it says like dogs, it's more than 2.
Right.
So I think that's how it's written. So there is one for cats also.
So they'll have to have a multi-housing permit,
Well,
anything
is
over
there-
those numbers.
Is there an exception in there then for litters?
Yes, I think it's litters, I think it's under, like if they're being weaned, they're not part of the permit. But once they get old enough, they have to home them or add that to their permit.
Okay.
Okay, we've got Claudia and then Josh.
So where are we on getting a vet to utilize our surgical suite in there?
Right now, nothing.
Are you talking to anybody, reaching out to anybody?
Oh, I have a vet consultant I've been working with. So she's working with me to help find a solution, maybe a student right out of school to do some volunteer work, that kind of thing. But we're working together on that, but we don't have a definite at this time.
Okay. What about go ahead.
And you probably already know this, the council approved $5,000 for the Dr. Carlson to come in as a consultant, and that's what Chris is using for the consultant to get
Right.
all this stuff in line.
Okay.
And she's
so-
helping with that, also helping with best practices in the shelter, new policies, and updating a lot of that kind of
So
stuff.
we haven't been able to mend fences with our previous volunteer vet?
No.
Okay.
Josh?
On the multi-pet permit, what's the difference in applying for a multi-pet permit? Is there an increased requirement or difficulty in getting that, or is it just cost?
The city ordinance has a certain amount of animals you can have in a home without a permit. Anything above that, they have to have a permit, which
Okay.
they come out, they inspect the property, make sure the property's okay for the amount of animals they want. And then it's approved.
Got it. So
With a
this is
small-
separate
with a
from
small
just
fee.
registering your animal with
Right,
the
it's
city.
different than just
Got it.
licensing.
Okay, perfect.
I think you also got to get neighbors'
Yeah.
consent on that.
Right, also they have to have signatures
gotta
within
be
100
agreeable, so-
feet of the property line.
How's that enforced?
It's usually by complaint from the residents. I mean, the animal control officers don't go out there and watch them all the time, unfortunately. We don't have the manpower to do that.
Yeah.
Do we get a lot of complaints?
As far as the number of animals people have, yeah, we get a fairly good amount. But a lot of times, people are responsible and they go get the permits and then they're fine.
Is it often that people don't know that they're supposed to do that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Just like dog licensing and cat license, people don't know. Until they get caught.
Right. And then they're willing,
Yeah,
usually.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're not bad fees. I mean, they're pretty reasonable.
So if that's the case, if, so many people don't know, what efforts are being made to make sure that people do know, so that they don't get caught? I mean, is there some sort of big promotion, aside from a
Well, we do-
poster in here that says May is 50% off month?
We do rabies clinics and we sell licenses there and microchipping there twice a year.
Right, but as far as the other stuff,
Community education.
Community education, not so much.
because,
We're going to utilize the mayor's newsletter and they have did you know section, I think they're gonna start, which I submitted to the mayor's office, which will
So
put little
then-
things in. Did you know you need this for your animals? Do you know you need, permits?
Is there something on your website that talks about that as
On our
well?
website, there is some stuff about licensing and permits, yes, and the city ordinance.
And, sorry.
Go ahead.
So, so what happens to people they didn't know? And is there do they get fined?
No, we just require them to get it.
Okay.
Yeah, so, gosh, a year ago or so, Mayor, I asked if every department, we had a conversation about whether or not every department has a 5-year plan or a multi-year plan. At that point, you discovered that not every department did, but that you had told every department to produce such a document. So, and I understand, I am well aware that there's been change at the shelter and so forth and so on. But, even with that change, I would think that in the past 12 months, there might have been some movement toward creating not just a list of projects, but actually like community education, all right? That appears to be a need, if it does appear to be a need. And then here's what we're going to do to address it. And then I believe, and Kelly, you could help me with this. I believe that Chief Shy indicated about 6 months ago, anyway, that that he was going to, when the police department took over the shelter, that there would be a long-range plan requirement. So my question is, given two efforts or two initiation points for trying to get a long-range plan for the shelter, where are we on that?
As far as the 5-year plan?
Well, or whatever multi-year plan, not, as I say, not a project list, but an action plan.
Well, I just provided that to Chris.
Yeah, I just reviewed it last
About
night.
that, so the bones are basically, the foundation is
Right.
there to go forward.
Those are mostly projects, as I recall.
No, well,
versus-
it's actually a process and everything set out, so it's laid out pretty even for what
Okay.
needs to be done. And again, depending on what the shelter wants to do as far as
Right.
different items, they can change that. But it has a nice visual to it too.
Great.
So
Okay.
that the foundation is there.
So what would be a reasonable timeline for the shelter as a subdivision of the police department to actually be able to have a legitimate, fully developed plan for going forward? I don't know, I don't know who to ask that question to. I think, Mayor, you're the person who has the authority to say, oh, all right.
I think that we'll look at Chris and ask him what his thought process, maybe Captain Kelly's going to come up here too and visit about it, but what is the process and what kind of timeline would it look like for you to have a 5-year-ish plan, or at least a long-term plan for the shelter? And we know plans change, but
Yeah.
a
A lot of like I said, I just received this last night, so I looked it over. There's a lot of good stuff in here, a lot of things that we have completed, but we should update it, and I think it'd probably take us 30 days to get that done.
And Cliff Kelly, Pocatello PD. Part of that process that we're involved in with Dr. Carlson and things, it's in, that plan is in process. And part of what we're trying to do is get the policies, procedures, everything in line. That's part of the plan. So it is in process as far as having a fully executed document. Yeah, we probably 30 days would be it, but it's all, as Kelly said and as Chris said, it is something that's been in process
Sure.
for a while, and building those policies and procedures was one of the first things that we wanted to have in that plan. And some of these other things that are in the plan are already done. It's just a matter of
Pulling it all together.
pulling it all together, which, is currently occurring. So it's not that there's not a plan or there won't be. There is a plan, it's just got to be formalized and
There's a lot of things in here too that I'd like to add as well.
Without having to do a special request and keep, make a note on my calendar or in my phone, could that in, 30, 60 days, could council automatically get?
I think absolutely.
Get
I think
that.
we could, once it is done, we could send it directly to the mayor and council. And
That'd be
so-
great. That'd be
So it's
great.
there and we can have that.
I didn't know, Captain Kelly, that you were over the animal shelter, or no?
Well,
you just
since
here
I
as a
moved-
rep?
Since I moved into support services, that falls under me, and I've been working with Chris since he's been made the interim director and now director. So we've been working together. It was Captain Knapp,
Right.
and then he retired, and I moved from patrol to support services
Oh, okay.
to assist with that.
So how is it working out that we have the dog catchers doing double duty as code enforcement? Is that working?
It is so far, and
Dog catcher may not be the right word. but
yeah,
Everybody knows what I
and
mean.
what we've done is we've taken a few different components and made them ordinance enforcement officers. So instead of just being over one, we've got 6 plus a supervisor that are over all the ordinance issues within the city. And it's actually working quite well so far. We're getting them, we just got our supervisor hired, and she actually starts Monday. And we're getting, the biggest thing is getting the cross-training done and
Right,
all
right.
that. But so far, it's working as we.
Well, I was really
As we
glad to see that happening, because I was never a fan of the animal control people just driving around for endless hours looking for stray dogs and when there's other
Right, we're
stuff
able
that
to
could
put
be
more
done.
manpower towards each area
Yeah.
rather than having
great.
some areas neglected. So I think it'll continue to work out, and it'll be a win overall for
Yeah,
the.
sounds
for the
like-
city.
thank
And it
you.
also helps the shelter out a lot because there's one less component there that we have to worry about.
Yeah, and we have a close working relationship still, because they've got to take any animals up there and.
Right. That's great.
That's good. Chris?
So is that personnel, when we get to budgeting, is that, I don't know, Heather, this might be a question for you. Were animal control officers under the CBA when they were at the shelter? I'm guessing no, because they weren't part of the police infrastructure. And now that they are apparently part of the police infrastructure, what budgetary implications?
Mr. Mayor, we're way off topic here from the Animal Shelter Board Advisory Update.
We're getting into budget.
To getting into budget. We are,
We're talking about,
we are
It's all-
off topic, but I think it's,
all related.
let's go ahead and answer that question, and then we'll move on, so.
Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director. The Police Collective Bargaining Unit, their CBA, it doesn't delineate the positions included. You will see an MOU before you early April that corrects some language in the CBA. All that does is adjust the boot allowance so that we cover ordinance officers, not code enforcement officers. They've been rolled under, they're receiving the same benefits. We've absorbed everything within the operating budgets, and we are, Major McCoy has worked on that with Chris, and I think we have it delineated out, so when we do salary projections, they will be accurate.
Accurate, but, so, all right, and you're right further, but I guess my concern is that by doing what is a good thing organizationally, we may have increased the budget demands and therefore the taxpayer demands. So, but we can discuss that
We'll have
later.
that discussion later, yeah. Roger's got one last question.
Thank you, Heather.
It's a comment. Last year, I kind of had this revelation as we were doing this. We are all about enforcing laws against people who are poor pet owners. You know, I mean, we pick up animals, we cite people for code enforcement. Somewhere we got to find a way of the carrot too. We're using the stick pretty heavy, but we've got to find a way of a carrot. So we recognize great pet owners, and so we recognize people that, and we got to form some of those alliances too, because we can't always be about the stick. We got to also have the carrot going for the animal shelter, for code enforcement, and those type of things.
And to that, one of our goals with the ordinance enforcement group is not just strictly enforcement. I mean, we're working with the community, and part of the component's education and giving people opportunities to bring their properties, their animal situations within the codes prior to usually, and I would say our goal is for the enforcement piece to be the last resort when all those other things have failed. And this gives us a greater opportunity to put more of an emphasis on working with the community to get the, if you will, voluntary compliance, or the compliance with the
Encouragement.
the stick at the end if they don't, rather than just going straight to an enforcement
And
component.
we have the group that's working to beautify Pocatello, and they give out monthly awards. It looks like maybe if we worked with them, you know, there's a way to team with some of our other groups and form alliances that go farther, and maybe have neighborhood awards rather than city awards. Because, you know, if you're awarding a house in a downtrodden area, then people notice that. But it's not very likely that too many houses in a downtrodden area will be singled out citywide, for example. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, super. Thank you, for Kelly. Maybe you can take to the board and see what they think about something like that.
Exactly, yeah. I thought
Thank
that-
you very much for being here and for.
May I have one more quick question or request, if I may? As I recall, and I can't pull numbers out of my head, but we had a very, for the number of people that we had driving around doing animal enforcement, we had a very low number of identified violations. And so I'm wondering if part of this new reorganization can be to, and again, with all the changes, it's hard to have those kinds of gathering statistical data. I mean, that falls kind of far down on the list when you're just trying to take care of the animals. And but my request is that we start gathering some data around, you know, what are the animal/code enforcement officers, you know, running into, what are the issues, you know, how many encouragements versus sticks are we, I mean, just so we begin to get a real handle on what does community animal enforcement / encouragement, education, interaction, what does that actually look like in our community? Because as far as I can tell now, no harm, no foul, but as far as I can tell right now, that's really an unknown, that nobody really has a handle on that, and I think it would be good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us this morning. We'll go ahead and move on to agenda item number 3 is Child Care Advisory Committee update. Representatives from the Child Care Advisory Committee will be in attendance to discuss the committee's goals and projects, as well as council's policies and expectations.
Good morning, City Council. and Mayor Blad. My name is Carrie Giesbrecht, and I'm the chairperson for the Child Care Advisory Board and owner of Carrie's Corner Child Care in Pocatello and in Preston. Thank you and your continued support in our efforts to create opportunities for our child care centers to provide the highest quality of safety and care to our little people in Pocatello. In our meetings over the past year, we've been a little limited in our abilities to create avenues for training and networking for child care centers in Pocatello, but we're finally beginning to venture once again. Our first training we're facilitating is going to be an active shooter training scheduled in April for providers and their employees. This training is to be conducted to bring awareness and obtain important information for the safety of our centers and our kids. And we plan on bringing more training and networking opportunities in the future. There are an abundance of trainings that are available to us online as well, which has truly helped in the face of the pandemic the last couple of years. Child care centers have been hit hard for the last couple of years. We've been truly blessed by some grants that have been provided to us. As a committee, we're able to discuss the adversities that have been upon us as child care facilities and ways to accommodate and provide help in the area of desperate need. Some of the grants that are currently available are a staff retention grant, a safe sleep grant, and an Idaho child care grant. And honestly, without these grants, we'd be without a lot more child care facilities. One of the topics that have been on the table that is really important to us, owners of child care facilities, is the turnaround time it takes to receive a child care license. This unfortunate problem for owners of child care facilities, and it causes us to lose potentially amazing staff due to the extreme length of time it takes to obtain a child care license. As a committee, we discussed this issue, and without avail, there's nothing that can be done about the problem because our license enforcer is limited to the access of needed information. In our meetings also, we receive monthly updates from the health department. In the last couple of years, this has been essential for the safety of our child care and staff, our children and staff. And then also we've also been discussing inviting Chubbuck licensing to the meeting as a partnership effort. They would not have voting rights, but would be great to share resources and learn from each other because they are quite different in licensing and child care, the way child care is ran.
I have a question for you. So the active shooter training, is that through PPD?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to set it up through some of our officers to get together with childcare providers, employees, and possibly do it in this room.
Okay. And then, so how long is it taking to get licensing?
Well, so I own one in Pocatello and one in Preston, which is city and state, and they're different licensing requirements, completely. Pocatello, it takes upwards 2 weeks sometimes, up to 4 weeks, depending on other states. So there's not much you can do per se. And then in the statewide, it takes upwards 6 to 8 weeks for staff to receive a child care license. And so that puts a significant damper on when you own a child care center, and you may have a staff that's not quite a right fit. But then you you have a hard time because you fire this one, but then you're stuck. Then you have nobody to help for weeks.
And can these potential people, like in a lot of businesses, people can work until their background check comes back and shows that they shouldn't. So is that not the case?
Not really.
Is that an Idaho thing or a city thing or what?
Well, citywide, so staff can come in and work after 3 days after they receive their fingerprint, right? It's 3 days to a week, and after they get their fingerprints, and then the rest of the background check is being conducted, and they can come in and work. But with ICCP, which is a program for child care providers that gets state funding, if you're on ICCP, they can't be there till they get fully licensed.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
So those are just requirements.
Yeah, I'd like to add a little bit to that. Good morning, City Council and Mayor Brian Blatt. My name's Laura Thomas, and I am the CCRC Assistant Director with Idaho Stars. I oversee all the regional offices across the state. with the fingerprint and the childcare background requirements, they don't want people in childcare facilities unsupervised with children before they know that that background check comes through. And it is a requirement of those ICCP dollars that it's federal dollars. It's a federal requirement.
Yeah.
So
I don't necessarily know that I disagree with it. I was just asking. I don't know.
Sure, Roger and then Josh.
I've got a couple questions. One, can you bring people here to get licensed and then employ them in Preston?
No,
Okay.
no, and you can't even do that between Pocatello and Chubbuck.
So even though we have a higher standard than most things, our standard doesn't carry to other facilities?
No.
Okay. Second, I know that childcare facilities have probably been hammered as hard as anything in our nation with regard to the pandemic. How many childcare facilities did we lose, do you think?
Pocatello, we actually gained a couple. We haven't, since the last year and a half, there hasn't been any that have
I
closed.
know some went out initially when they had to shut down.
Right. I don't know, because I wasn't here.
Okay.
I started in 2021, but in October of 21, I've had 2 open.
Okay.
So I can speak to some of that as well. We haven't lost a lot in Pocatello. I will say that they're struggling. Childcare is in crisis right now across the nation and in Idaho. Part of the reason of that is that childcare providers can only charge what parents can pay. They can't charge more than a parent can pay, and then that sets the rates for their staff. And sometimes in lower income areas, that really does harm whether that business can stay open or not, and whether they can retain staff because they don't really have the funds to pay them. One of the things that we have been able to do is provide some of the grants that Carrie was talking about. We have grants that give childcare providers quite a few $1,000s a month just to help their businesses stay open. We're giving at least $300 to each staff per month. As a wage enhancement, just to get them up to a reasonable pay so that hopefully they can stay. Those have been approved for this next year, so hopefully we can continue that. Beyond that, I don't know what's going to happen, but really we've had a lot of grants just trying to put money in the hands of childcare providers. Some of them are connected to quality improvements, so some of them will receive training and coaching and then be able to get grant money to spend after that, such as our business practice cohorts, our safe sleep grants, and those kinds of things.
One follow-up. And how many childcare options, I won't say that, have been used to avoid childcare licensed facilities? Because that's always been a problem here. So how many do you think the load at our centers is as high as it ever was? Or have a lot of people elected to resource it through a neighbor or something like that?
I haven't, when I go out and talk to the providers, though, I know that they're having problems with enrollment. They don't have as many children enrolled, but I think that's due to people or parents staying home and working from home and not actually needing daycare because they're at home. But I don't know, it hasn't been brought to my attention of a place that's not licensed or that they're seeking.
I think
Daycare.
our ordinance calls that you can have your kids and a couple other kids or something like that, but you can't go beyond that. And a lot of people, I believe, go beyond that.
Anytime you accept compensation for
Yeah.
a child full-time or on a regular basis, you do have to be licensed.
Even just one. Another problem is not just parents staying home, but staff retention. Staff retention's hard, so your ratios to keep the quality it's tough.
And we've had some childcare facilities that have had more space in their building and have had more children in the past, but have had to cut back because they can't hire the staff to be in those classrooms. So we've had parents asking for care, but they're saying, you're going to have to go on a waiting list because we don't have the staff to fill these other classrooms.
Okay.
Josh.
Would you say that, I mean, I feel a lot of sectors are recovering from coming out of the pandemic and returning to pre-pandemic levels, whether that be of enrollment or, business or clients or just wages. Do you feel that childcare is on the right trajectory, or is it still in a stagnant and struggling point? Because I hear the concerns. My question is, what's the trajectory in your opinion?
My opinion is, being an owner of a facility, I think it's pretty stagnant right now
Flat.
because of the, lack of people willing to obtain jobs, the lack of, because there's jobs. Like, golly, I got a couple, anybody need one? There's jobs out there, but there's just not the willingness for, I don't know. That's just my opinion. Maybe it's wrong.
I'm not certain there's people. We've got an unemployment rate of 1.7%. It's maybe a resource of people more than people unwilling to work, and so that might be some of it. Rick?
I'm just curious, in the childcare business you're in, Carrie, do you see demand for all-day services, part-day services, or is there a change or difference in the kind of care, the time that you're providing?
No, not really. It's pretty normal, you got some that work full-time, 8 to 5. You got some that work 10 hours, 4 days a week. You got some that are part-time. So I think that's pretty consistent. It's just the lack of, I can't even say lack of children because I have children calling. It's the lack of staff. That's what.
So do you see after-school care necessary just till a parent can pick them up and get them home?
Yeah.
You see some of that?
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
So I'm curious, do you think if the Boys and Girls Club's established here, do you think that is going to help provide a solution to this problem?
It would take kids away from us. Yeah. It would, it would take some of our income away, which is not, I'm not complaining because the Boys and Girls Club is an amazing thing and that's what children need, And then maybe daycare facilities could focus more on, 0 to 5 or, 0 to 6, which wouldn't be a terrible thing either. But
I generally think there's enough kids to go around.
that's true. Yeah.
And that's what, with the Boys and Girls Club committee, we're learning exactly that point. There is more than enough need in this community.
And sometimes they meet the needs that other current places are
Right.
not meeting. The needs are different.
And they're different programs, so they will offer different things and meet different needs,
Well, and
yes.
at certain ages also, children are just really done with
Right.
daycare or
Okay.
childcare.
Yeah.
Claudia and then Chris.
Could you please email me or us the licensing requirements for Pokey versus Chubbuck?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, just for clarity, what is the starting and what are the starting and top hourly compensation rates for generally for childcare workers in the Pocatello, Chubbuck area?
I would say I could probably speak somewhat to that. Of course, I don't have the data right in front
Sure,
of me.
of course.
But based on what I can think of, minimum wage. We have a lot of childcare providers coming in at minimum wage. And probably top, you're going to see like in your Head Starts and that kind of thing are going to be more around 15
Right.
to 17, somewhere around there. But for just not Head Start,
Right.
Probably top is going to be around
Right.
12 is going to be a good pay for somebody in childcare an hour.
So I think part of the obvious problem is essentially the same problem we experience in trying to hire part-time staff at, $8.25 when you can drive around town and at least used to, maybe not anymore, see signs, starting at 15 selling mattresses, or flipping burgers starting at 13.
Nothing against nail techs, but when we look across the state, nail techs
Right.
usually make a little bit more than childcare providers
Yeah,
on
yeah.
average. And with childcare, you want your providers to be
skilled,
educated.
and yes.
It's a demanding job.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a
So-
vicious cycle, quite frankly, just because you have a certain amount that you charge your parents, right? And then you have overhead.
Right.
And then you have your parents that are making minimum wage.
Right.
And you want to charge more.
Right.
Because you want to be able to pay
Right.
your employees more, and you want to have wonderful staff. Then
Right.
you feel guilty for charging so much, because all you want to do is watch babies.
Right,
I don't know,
sure,
something I contemplate daily.
yeah.
First of all, I just want to say God bless y'all for doing what you do, because I could barely keep my own kid alive. So, I mean, seriously.
I think we all feel like that.
Unless I
Claudia.
can like tie him up with string and put him in a corner, it's not going to work
Bring
for
them
me.
to my center. I'll help you out anytime.
So Roger?
I have seen nationally that the trend is people going back to work in offices. So the people who are staying home and working and stuff. The other thing I have read is that there are a lot of parents that as soon as their child can be vaccinated, so that they feel more confident in how their child is exposed. And I think it's now the 1 to 6 or something like that. They're trying to get that done. But when that happens, that might free up a lot of reluctant parents as well.
Okay, super. All right, thank you very much. Thanks for coming and being with us today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We will move on. Remember, agenda item 4 was pulled, so we'll move to agenda item 5, Center Street Pond Landscape Update. Representatives from Portland Valley Partners will be in attendance to update the council on a proposal to update the Center Street Ponds landscaping using grant funds.
Education. Right. Or infant education, or whatever.
Love your PowerPoint, Dave.
Pardon me?
Love your PowerPoint.
Well,
Dave's got the best PowerPoints. There's no doubt.
We could.
We need a
could bring
couple
up
easels.
The map of the retention pond project on Google if you can. I brought my own computer, but I found that sometimes that is burdensome. So, do you have Google Earth on this computer?
You're asking the wrong group.
Where's our dude?
No, I'm getting the no, we do
That's-
not.
That's pretty much prepared material that
Yeah.
just projects.
Oh, all right. Well, and I'm kind of with the group that is not all that skilled with respect to coming into a room and putting up a computer program. My name's David McGuire. I know most of you on the council, and I've worked with some of you for quite a while. It's always a pleasure to come by and say hello and talk about a project or projects that Valley Partners, the entity that I represent, with you, because we have a shared dream, and that's to beautify the city of Pocatello. That's how Valley Partners got started. And it's how I got started in the beautification portion of Valley Partners. And as you know, we've done projects here in Pocatello. I've been responsible for projects on the berms out on Highway 30. We did the convergent corridor out where Highway 30 and North Main Extension and Hawthorne Road all come together. I think they've been some very nice projects, and we continue to work on those. And that's one of the reasons I'm here today. It's the reason I'm here today, is to talk about a project that we are working on, what I call the retention ponds, up where Center Street and Clark Street come together on the east side of town, coming off the interstate. And I've got a little map that shows you the area.
I'm visual, I need that.
So you can see this. Maybe I can put this up someplace where you can see it. But anyway.
Just set it in front of the,
Pardon me?
just set it down there. We
Okay,
can't,
I'll just put
we
it
won't
right
be
here.
able to see all of it, but we can see some of it.
Okay, so these retention ponds, and you're all familiar with them because you've ridden by them, driven by them, walked by them 1,000 times probably. And if you're like a lot of us, you've thought, gosh, that's a spot that could use some improvement. And it is and has been, for city purposes, a stormwater retention system in order to collect water off of the hills up there, allow it to collect so that it doesn't wind up down in the underpass or some other undesired place, and provide that kind of protection.
but we've never really done anything up there with respect to beautification. And the council is now no doubt very well aware that there's a lot of emphasis on beautifying our entrances into the community, and I've worked with Hannah Sanger on a number of these projects, and as we move forward, we've targeted some. And you may remember that, Hannah not only works for the city, but she's also the president of Valley Partners today. And so she's very familiar with it and can answer any questions that you might have. And I should add that Rick's familiar with that because, he was the president of that organization as well. Let me talk about this project. I'm sort of the champion of some of the beautification projects, and I've gone around and I've identified projects that we thought that Valley Partners as a nonprofit organization could handle. And after we came off of the project out on at Conversion Corner, this one came up through a discussion with Idaho Department of Transportation, the City of Pocatello, the Street Department, and the Parks Department. And so Valley Partners has decided we want to take this one on. Now, when we started this last summer, I thought it was a good fit, and I thought it was going to be an easy reach. But I can tell you, it's still a good fit, but it's not an easy reach. Let me, I'm going to hand these out so you can take a look at this, project.
Oh, okay.
Here's a little
Because
diagram of it.
I'm trying to figure out where this is. I'm not
Just
very
as you come
smart.
off the freeway.
Dave said
This is
east,
where
he
you
meant
come off
west.
and go on the.
Oh, this is Clark? The off-ramp? Oh, okay, I know that. I know where that.
I've got it backwards. This is Clark, and this is Center.
Okay, oh, I know where that is then. Okay. Okay, so Clark Street exit.
Had to get the curve appropriate.
Okay.
I was
Just so you know where the project is, I didn't
trying
bring my
to
pointer, but
place it. I couldn't.
here is,
The interstate's on the bottom there. The interstate's right there by your left hand.
So this is the Clark Street off
Oh,
ramp.
okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No,
snatch
no,
it.
it's just that, I was thinking, okay, either I have this map upside down.
This is,
Yeah,
or
there
words are
you go.
upside down. Something's upside down.
hello, Hannah.
Hello.
Yeah.
So as you
all right.
come off Interstate 15 and start into town, here's Clark Street that runs down this way. There's a big, real tall hill here. And this is the exit road that takes you to the hospital. Hannah, you're just in time.
I'm gonna do this and get out of here.
Okay.
right there.
Yeah.
Okay. See, this is maps for dummies like me.
Yeah, well, and Google is a terrific program, but as you can see, as you come off the interstate, there's the intersection there where you turn up onto Center Street to go to the hospital, or you can make a left-hand turn and come down Center Street. And then there's traffic coming down off of what I call the hospital. That's easy for me to describe that. And you come into town and you merge down there on 20th Avenue and East Clark. The area that we're talking about doing is this triangular piece that is surrounded by those roads coming off the interstate. And I will make a comment. For those of you that look at plants during the course of the year that come up, this area right here coming off of East Clark has one of the most beautiful lilac bushes in the city of Pocatello. It may not be there, well, it'll be there this spring, but it might be your last chance to take a look at it, because if this project starts moving forward, there's going to be some changes done. But this is the area we're talking about. And you're going to have to remember this now, because the diagram doesn't show it very well, but there are essentially 4 retention ponds up there and 4 retaining berms that catch that water. And if you look at the diagram that's in front of you and the one that's here in front of the council here, you'll see what the proposed project is. We had Mr. Bill Jackson, a landscape architect, do a draw-up of this, including the plans that would be, or a plan that would be incorporated in this development. And it really would be a real improvement to that area. And so we're hoping that we can get this accomplished. the project would include a bunch of work, and I'm just going to go through that real quick with you. We would grub the area out. We would kill the grass that's up there. We would put down weed barrier. We would bring in one heck of a lot of rock, beautification rock, to cover a lot of that area in there. We would build what are called decorative walls on the tops of the berms, and then plant a bunch of trees. Now, we've talked to this with the representatives from the city. We had, at the last meeting, Merrill Quayle was there, Tom Kirkham was there, Kerry Farnsworth was there, Mike Neville was there, and Jeff Mansfield was there, so they've had input in this, and I want you to know that because it's important for you to understand that we have got support from the city for this project because it will not interfere with the flood control portion of the project. It should provide a reduction in maintenance costs over time, and it beautifies something that's kind of an eyesore where, I mean, gosh, I don't know how many people go past that area on a daily basis, but it's a lot. You know, I will tell you this. When I started this, I thought, oh gee, you know, the retention or the conversion corridor cost us about $40,000. And I thought, this is probably about twice that. Well, I found out differently.
Not in the way you hoped, I take it?
We found out that the costs are closer to $180,000 for this project. Those are estimates. We don't have bids on this. We had some people that just said, look, here's what we think it would cost. Now, I suppose most of the people on the city council know that the way we funded these projects previously was through the IF Foundation. And we could get $10,000 per participant. And in the last couple of years, we've been able to team up with the city on several projects, including Convergent Corner, and get $20,000. And so we could get $20,000 in the spring and $20,000 in the fall, so we get $40,000 and we could do something. So the plan was, in this case, well, we would break this project into component parts. And we would do some portion of it, you know, the first year, and then a portion of it the second year, assuming we could get funding. And then the plan is that over a couple of years or 3 years, we could finish it. Well, with the price tag of $180,000, you know, we're a little, I'll be frank, we're a little uncertain about how we're going to be able to budget that over time. But that doesn't mean we're not going to try. You know, this is a great project, and I think it'll really beautify the city. And as I said, you know, the city streets department has been very helpful in terms of promoting this, and the Parks and Recs department, who have to maintain this, have been supportive too, because they can see some value to them and some beautification. I might add that this piece of property is somewhat unusual. It's owned by the state of Idaho. The city of Pocatello agrees to maintain it. The street department takes care of the flood control portion of the project, and the Parks Department does the mowing and the maintenance. So there's a lot of players involved in this, but I think we've all come together with respect to this. So as you can see, we've got a great idea. It's the biggest project we've ever done, and it's way beyond what we can afford to do in a year or two or even 3 right now. So we are planning on going to the IF Foundation to ask them for support for this project. I don't know what's going to happen with that. They may say, yeah, a 5-year plan is acceptable. They might not. But we do need the city council to agree that we can use the same plan that we used before, where the city would make an application for, you know, the funding of $10,000 every 6 months, along with the Valley Partners organization, so we could get started. Now, I can't tell you how this is all going to work out, because we've got to build something of a reserve for this project so we can pay people as they do the work. How we can make it work, on a proportionate basis. Say we do 2 of the berms one year, or 3 of the berms one year, or then a couple of them later, or we do 1 berm per year because that's all we can afford. I can't tell you how that's going to work out. But we want it to work out, and we want the city to help us with getting this funding. And I can tell you, we're going to be shopping around for help from others. And I know that this council is aware of Hannah's efforts to beautify other entrances into the city of Pocatello. And to the extent that it can be a priority, I think it is. You know, we're tired of driving into Pocatello and having it look ho-hum and kind of bland. So here's part of that plan to make this work. So I think I've pretty much covered everything that we need to. So if you have any questions, I'm certainly happy to answer them.
So I've got Linda, then Rick, Claudia, Josh.
I'm wondering if there are other grants that you've looked at. In addition to the IFT, are there other things that you're considering or looking for?
Yes. And that comes primarily from Hannah Sanger. She thinks that there are a couple of federal grants that may be available for this project. And I use that word "may" be available because they oftentimes have a lot of strings attached, and most grants, you know, that word beautification doesn't really
I can talk about those.
excite them. Okay.
Okay,
Awesome.
Hannah
Thanks,
Sanger, City of Pocatello Environmental Administrator, but also President of Port Neuf Valley Partners. So if you want me to figure out which role I'm representing,
Which hat are you
let
in?
me know. Anyway, the city has applied for money for redoing landscaping at the interchanges. It's fire-wise money to reduce fire threats at the interchanges by changing it from mowed, irrigated areas to no-mow, low-water areas. Some of that money could conceivably be used for this project. I won't know, and those come in $240,000 grant amounts with a 10% match, which is an amazing deal. And the match is pretty easily achieved through some other measures besides just cash. And I won't know more details on that until June. So specifics of actually if there is a match, and then the city, you know, I know John Banks is really interested in prioritizing Pocatello Creek interchange, so we can keep applying for this money. We might get 240, we might get 500, maybe there's $1 million. It's certainly money that is available every year. And it cannot be used for any sort of earth moving activities. And probably the first thing I would do with the grant is do a plan for all of the right-of-way areas and say, okay, how are we going to do all of them? And then start implementing that, and this would fall into that.
So this would be one aspect of a bigger plan. So not, if we were to get 240,000 or something, it's not like that would cover this project in full.
Yeah, we would, and we would just have to keep applying year after year for this money. I've gotten support from the state for applying for this money for this purpose, so they're excited about it. So not specifically Dave's project, but the whole thing, they are excited about it. So there's probably limitations. We're sort of pushing the envelope of what this grant can be used for, and so that's what I'm going to have to carefully navigate so we don't overcommit ourselves to the grant. But it certainly can be used for some plant material. It can be used for rock mulch. That's all appropriate uses. Probably decorative boulders are probably not. But that would be, everything is a guess right now until June, and then when I talk to the granting folks. Any other questions?
Sounds good. Rick?
David, I've talked about this over the last year quite a bit, and I'm just wondering, we've all been made aware that the state of Idaho is awash in money they don't know where to spend. And ITD's been given some priorities on a number of projects. Is there any discussion so far, Dave, that ITD may be willing to throw some money at a project like this? We've been complaining about these intersections for a long, long time. And I'm curious if there's any indication from our local office that they might be willing to help.
No. You know, when they come to the meetings, they show up. They don't show up with their daggers drawn, but you know, it's all about traffic management. Now, in this case, they have a bigger interest because they own the property.
Yeah.
And Alyssa Sillmore with the Department of Transportation, you know, she's a landscape architect too. So they have people on staff that want to help beautify this project. But we've never seen a budget director or an auditor or a grant application representative show up. We have some thoughts about how the state might be able to help, but it probably wouldn't be with direct grants. You know, one of the most frightful things about this project is traffic control. Not that it's dangerous. I mean, it can be dangerous without proper traffic control, but that's so darn busy that we're going to spend a lot of money on traffic control alone. And that really doesn't build real value for the project, but it builds safety for the people while we're working there. I'm hoping maybe the state will say, yeah, we can afford to bring in some traffic control stuff. So there are some options there, but no one has said, yeah, make a grant application. We'll do something for you.
Thank you.
Claudia?
How about, has there been any outreach to like a corporate partnership? I'm thinking of Farm Bureau because they're like right here.
You know,
And they're looking down. And I just think that they would be a great partner to approach because they're, I mean, they have a pretty campus. And so I don't know, have you considered that at all?
You know, Claudia, we have gotten some in-kind help from other partners on, say, the berms and Convergent Corner. And certainly we're looking for volunteers and contributions from partners. Those were manageable. This one, I mean, you know, for our little group, $180,000, that's a lot. And when we were doing this plan, I was thinking it was half of that, to be frank.
But I mean, I'm thinking.
We haven't gotten to that point where we're asking for contributors, but we are. We are going to ask.
Yeah, because I'm thinking you do something colorful or on a TV thing and you show the Farm Bureau people, because most of those organizations have a fund for charitable and, stuff. I mean, John's used it for the zoo and stuff like that. So I'm just thinking if you can do some sort of presentation, the Farm Bureau might be willing to pony up a nice chunk of money because they would directly benefit from the beautification. They could see
there are a number of businesses up there that would benefit from from this beautification project, and we certainly are going to ask. But I'll tell you, the size of the budget really caught me off guard, and so I didn't come here today to give you a list of people that I'd solicited. But I could tell you if I come back, there will be a list of people who will have been solicited to help with this.
Thank you.
Okay, Josh?
Rick and Linda asked most of my questions, but just one last little thing, I think. What did the Parks Department anticipate as average decreased maintenance in that area? Is it substantial or is it?
Increase.
We haven't talked to them about the actual cost of the cost reduction that would occur, but you're going to have a significant reduction in water use up there because you aren't going to be watering the lawn. You're going to have a significant reduction in the mowing of the lower part of or the upper part of the berms. So you're not going to have that expense. And hopefully with the beautification rock that's there and the way we got this designed, maintenance will be reduced as well, because the stuff that's going to go in should not require a lot of maintenance over time. And so, but I can't give you an actual figure.
Tom?
I don't know anybody can.
Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director. This doesn't necessarily have to do with that portion of it, but I just wanted to bring your attention that the planets are kind of lining up for this project right now because this is an ITD asset. They do have agreements. ITDs doesn't like to maintain stuff. They like the cities to maintain the stuff. So these first upper cells, throughout the years, we've gone through and excavated the sediment out of those. But we're at the point now where we need to excavate all 5 of those cells. And so we are planning on doing that this spring anyway. It's going to be a pretty big, major revamp of this pond anyway. So it kind of is lining up to be a benefit. We joked about this the other day. We're road builders. We like nice straight things, real technical slopes. You can see on this rendering of the plan that it's got meandering tops. It would not take us very long to make it look like this in dirt, because we're going to be shaping this anyway. And it may help. It's been our experience in the past, we test this soil and it usually comes back inert, meaning it doesn't have contaminants. So we can reutilize that to build this footprint a little bit. And so I just wanted to give you all a heads up that this spring you're probably going to see this happening, but it's on our maintenance end of it. And so if you folks are in favor of this project, we can start to do a lot of the earthwork to put the bones of this project together. And then probably what we'll do when we're done is we're going to hydro seed the whole thing with natural vegetation, so that as funds become available, they can do a cell, do another cell, do another cell, because we don't want it to become a dust bowl up there in the interim.
Well, are you going to be also, as part of the maintenance, putting a weed barrier down and stuff?
No.
You
So
don't
like I
do
said, we'll
that.
just do the dirt portion of it, the dirt work. So we can take some of the sediment out of the bottoms of the cells, and we can bring them up the slopes to give it that meandering look on the top. So we wouldn't be doing any of the plantings, any of that. The trees, the shrubs, placing any decorative rocks.
So we've got in here a weed barrier, but we also have hydro seed native grass mix, but it sounds like you're going to be hydro seeding it as part of the thing.
But it's included. It's not a cost.
I see that's included in the not 39,000, but that 39,000 would go down if they've included that. I would assume that would drop that $39,000
So I guess what I'm saying is there's going to be a lot of overlap that makes this project very.
I'm just wondering if there's a way that when we were in there tearing it up and doing all that stuff, if we had that weed barrier down and we did that hydro seed, maybe we are cutting $20,000 off of this.
The hard part is,
price
let's say
for
that
Dave.
these.
I'm trying to help Dave out here.
Yeah, if this is a 5-year plan, you'd have that weed barrier exposed for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And so what I would propose is we would just, as part of our pond maintenance program, we would do this anyway. We would hydro seed the whole pond, and then as these improvements get made, they just kill that natural and start over on that cell.
Okay.
So,
Can I do a follow-up for Tom? real quick?
Okay, a follow-up. and then we got Chris.
Was your question, Chris, for Tom as well?
Go ahead and, no. Go
Okay.
ahead and ask yours and then Chris.
Okay. Is there anything on this list besides just the dirt and the hydro seeding that you say that you could look at and say it would be significantly cheaper if we were able to get the funds available to do it this spring?
the hard part about the street department is we have restricted funds that are used for certain things. And so where it's a stormwater asset, there's certain things I can do, but anything above and beyond that,
But if like David got available by this spring, is there a certain thing that could be done while you're doing that work that would, does that make sense? Or is that still too limited and too restricted?
Well, we do have some latitude because we do have also property tax money, but that would be entirely up to you folks. Like if they got someone that donated the rocks, for the little walls, and you folks wanted us to place them to save money, that would just be a decision that you would have to make, because that's not something we would normally do in our effort.
And my question is there something like that this spring you say, oh, if you could have those rocks ready by this spring, that would be the ideal time for us to place them at the lowest cost possible? Is it the rocks? Is there
Probably the
something
rocks.
else? Probably the rocks. Okay.
We're not much of landscapers, so,
Okay.
but we can move rocks, you know what I mean? So.
Chris?
So do we contract out any traffic control that we have to do? Do we contract that out with a traffic control company?
No, we perform all of our own traffic control
So,
in-house.
so would an option, kind of following along what I think Josh is thinking, for example, depending on what else is going on, would there be a way to in-kind at least part of the traffic control cost here, which is, I know it's an estimate, but, or a shot in the, sort of a shot in the dark or whatever.
It's a shot in the dark. I couldn't get Marigo to call me back.
Yeah.
Even
So,
give me a figure.
that, as I look at this, I'm thinking, given the fact that we apparently have that expertise on staff, depending on scheduling, might it be feasible to have the city provide without, additional cost?
So while we're performing our work, we would take care of our traffic control as the city. As far as doing traffic control, that would kind of be a decision for you folks to make. Because where we have restricted funds, we wouldn't be putting out traffic control for a a beautification project. But, so that would be a decision that you folks would need to make.
So how difficult or how damaging or non-compliant, for example, would be not dredging these ponds or whatever the right language is this year, but waiting until next year in order to give Valley Partners an opportunity to be much clearer about their funding and have conversations, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so we can prolong it to next year. This pond keeps me up at night a little bit. This pond was actually designed to drain the interstate. That's what it was initially designed for. Well, as the East Bench has grown, we're now putting a fair amount of water into this. As we start to lose capacity in these ponds, we gain less capacity in the underpass. So typically when these ponds get full, that's when we know in a half an hour that underpass is going to start filling up. So
And how frequently has that happened in the last year?
in the last year, it hasn't, but when it does, it's
Because I was reading that they're predicting another dry, dangerous season for Idaho. And so I know most things are a gamble to some degree, but I'm just, part of what I'm hearing is that to get the funding lined up, to get potential partners, all of that's very complicated. And so it seems to me that maybe one of the ways we could support this project would be if, without endangering anyone or any property, if we could feasibly do that. And then my second question is, I'm sure you can probably answer this, Tom, is relative to corporate partners. Frequently, corporate partners like signage, attractive signage, as recognition of their donation to the community, which is perfectly reasonable. And so I am wondering what the possibilities, since this is owned by ITD, what negotiation leverage we might have to say in order for us to, maintain this, yada, yada. How about allowing for some kind, and again, I don't know if that would interfere with compliance relative to what this is for and all of that, but.
Right. So these areas fall under Federal Highway Administration.
Okay.
And the potential to put a sign up there is zero.
Okay.
It's usually once or twice a winter we have a car in here.
Yeah.
And so in the traffic world, it makes sense to put up big walls to stop things, like a sign or something. But it actually is more dangerous than letting them have runoff areas. I think, I don't even think, I know that ITD would not.
I assumed, but I thought nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Yeah, and the nice thing to talk about your previous statement as well too, the problems we get with the flooding events is the August thunderstorm that it
dumps.
We don't get any precipitation for months and months and months, and then it just
hard ground.
Yeah. And so it was one year, a few years back, we had the underpass fill up twice in 2 weeks. So
could you do some kind of dredging to mitigate that problem, but that would then to do your full-blown maintenance of all 5 areas that could be put off? Is
Yeah,
there,
I mean, we can totally put it off. I mean, we have.
well, I don't want
if we
to
need
be the cause of
Right.
flooding the
That's the
underpass
hard
twice
part,
in a
yeah.
week.
Yeah. The problem we're running in right now with we have done, maintenance on the first two, or the first two and
Right.
part of the third. We're just losing capacity on all of them.
Right.
And so it's just kind of that risk reward thing that's
Right.
kind of touchy. The nice thing about what I'm talking about is, if we do it this year and we hydro seed it, they have already the bones, a blank
Of
canvas. And so I don't know if pushing it off till next year would really be that advantageous
Okay.
anyway.
Okay.
So
I got Rick and then Roger.
I'm just wondering, Tom, if you were to proceed on the schedule you've already adopted on the maintenance, when do you think that would occur? Do you have a timetable in line?
it's going to depend on what kind of spring we have, but we're hoping end of April, May.
So you do it fairly soon?
Yeah. And that's why I wanted to come up and talk to you guys, because we had this already planned, and so I didn't want you driving home from work one day and going, what the heck, they're already starting, we didn't know. So that's why I just wanted to bring that to your attention. But yeah, we would like to get on it as soon as it's dry enough to get equipment in.
When would the first, when would the IFT grant folks foundation make their first grant application determination? Do we know what their grant?
We'll make the application next week.
Right, and do
The
they have?
approval will occur in April, and we'd have $20,000
Okay, or
from the IF Foundation. And then
or
in
if-
September, or in August, we ask again, and then they make the awards again in September.
right. So best case scenario, potentially, Tom, if you could put off doing whatever you're doing until after the IFT Foundation makes a determination, and I would certainly, I think this is listed as a potential action item, I would certainly move that the city apply as an additional entity to make, and hopefully with the goal of raising 40,000.
Raising 20.
Them,
So
20,
10
they.
and 10.
10 and 10.
Oh, 10 and 10,
not 20
okay,
and
all right,
20,
20,
it's 10 and
20, okay. And then again, in 6 months. And then if we, it depend, because I know you can move fast because you're going to do this already, and all things being equal, if you could not start until that decision is made in April, that might also help clarify slightly.
Well,
So hold on, okay, hold on just a minute. We've got a question by Roger, and then I've got to clarify a few things.
I've got a
so.
couple statements. First of all, we're getting way ahead of ourselves from
Yeah.
what Dave said. Dave said it's going to take a long time to build up the reserves before they can go forward. $40,000 is less than a fourth of what it takes.
But it
The
would put
way
the
I
youth
see
area
this
down.
being staged, if we're going to stage it, you got to stage upstream, which is uphill first. And so you're going to have your major costs come out in the first two iterations there. Because if you look at this, probably by the time you get down to the third line, you're looking at least 50% of your expenses will be for getting that going. So we've got to just accumulate money. And the IF Foundation's one way. If some donor comes along, it moves it a lot faster. So that's one thing that I would say is that this has got to be staged. We got to be patient, understand it's a great idea, but that it can't happen until they've got the resources. And the second thing, we have made a concerted effort in the city, particularly with the zoo, to be native. I see a whole bunch of Russian olive trees all over that. Russian olive trees are not native to here, right, Hannah? That's what she presented us with. I would think that if we're going to do this, we ought to also look at removing all Russian olive trees and making this a native Pocatello landscape. Yeah, and so, that's another thing. I can speak, when Upper Center Street was first being developed, we had some runoff from there that put mud all over everybody downhill, and our church was inundated.
Yeah.
We had mud on our sidewalks clear up to the steps. And those ponds have to be maintained for retention, or we spill over on everybody, not just the underpass. So I think go ahead as planned, my 2 bits, because it's got to be staged. You got a lot of investment that's got to be made in the first couple tiers of this. It's not going to be all at once. It's going to be real costly, so I don't see them moving very fast. I think it's going to be a couple of years before they can have the resources. $40,000 doesn't do much on this list other than get the planner hired.
Well, and that's what's nice, sorry, Mayor.
No, go ahead really quick and then.
That's what's nice about the way we were gonna go. I think just us redoing this, spending a little time making it, the tops a little flowing, and then doing a normal seed that we would do on every other pond in town. We would remove all the Russian olives. It would just look like a natural grassy swelled area. And then it's easier for parks and our crews to mow. We have the big brush mowers that just mow that native vegetation. So, and then as they get funds, they just kill that native vegetation and do their plantings and then plant back what they want and what they don't want, and then they can phase it.
So today here, I just want to understand, we're here to vote on whether we're going to help Valley Partners apply for the IFT grant, right?
We're not necessarily here to vote on anything. In fact, I was going to try to clarify that.
I thought it
though.
was an action item.
It is an action item. Everything's an action item we have here in order for us to discuss it. But Valley Partners is going to be applying for a grant, and I'm assuming that Hannah will also be bringing that grant, or at least a permission to apply for the grant and accept the grant at an upcoming meeting.
I will bring it to you as a ratification because I am behind on that.
So it will be a ratification of the grant for $10,000 for this project. And so I
But that's.
thought I heard a motion-ish in a second.
Just for the grant.
For us to support Dave's.
For
what
us to support.
His initial request, which was coming, I think, was coming before us to request that the city agree to apply to the IFT Foundation, as we have in the past, as a second entity, thereby allowing the possibility for $20,000 rather than only $10,000. So my motion was to address that.
Yeah, and that was my understanding of what you were asking for today, right?
That's correct.
Sir?
And I don't know, but you may have already solved this problem because this came up before and the council approved it. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought it had been approved in a way so that going forward, the department heads could make applications like this for beautification. But I wasn't here when that decision was made, so I don't know for sure. And maybe it has to come up every time.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, anytime a grant is applied for, the city council has to approve applying for that and then also approve accepting it and signing documentations and stuff. It sounds like Hannah will do that as a ratification. So the motion, as I understand it, would be a motion for the city council to support Valley Partners in this project.
Well, I think specifically, my motion would be to not just support them in some general sense, but to agree that Hannah will move forward in bringing our partnership, our application, the city's application to the IFT Foundation forward as a ratification in April.
Okay, and the second is, okay, so we do have a motion by Stevens and a second by Ortega. With that, Connie, would you please call the roll?
Stevens,
Yes.
Ortega.
Yes.
Bray,
Yes.
Cheatham,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Mansfield.
Yes.
Super. So you've got our support. As moving forward, Hannah's going to bring a ratification of a grant application to the city in support of this as well in the near
I
future.
would suggest that once you get ready to go on the project, it needs to be formalized even more, because if we got grants in place and all that, we still have to say we're going to commit our departments to the different levels they are. to maintaining this area with its modifications.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have some numbers and stuff like that, so we'll get the staff working on that so that we can have
You're
those.
talking to a bunch of amateurs, so we'll do our best. But I want to make one comment about Valley Partners and the work that we've done with the city. You know, Tom Kirkham and Kerry Farnsworth with the street department have been terrific. And Hannah Sanger has been terrific. And Brett Hewitt with the Parks Department has been terrific. And they're under budgetary constraints, but they've been willing to work with us on these projects. And I want to let you know, they have done great work for the city, and they've been really helpful for us as we move forward to these projects. I just want you to know that, because I love working with them. You know, Tom is just one of these guys. He's a solvent guy, and he's looking forward to making things better. So, and that's same with Carrie, same with Hannah. So I just want you guys to know that.
Thank
Well,
you.
and I think that goes in reverse, that I think we at the city owe a debt of gratitude to Valley Partners, because we couldn't be doing this alone. And for my money, the best work gets done when there are community government partnerships. And I think you, Valley Partners, and your personal pursuit of these kinds of projects is an exemplar of what works. So thank you.
Well, you know, let me just say this. They've been kind of fun. You know, we've enjoyed doing them. And just one more thing, I want to make sure that there isn't any misunderstanding. We're going to make an application in about a week with the Foundation. And either Merrill Quayle or somebody will be making an application for that $10,000 on behalf of the city. And that'll be going forward as we fund this. Okay, very good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for being with us today. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. I'm going to say 5 minutes, but we all know what that means. It'll be amazing if we ever end up with 5 minutes. But we'll shoot for 5-minute break, and then we'll be back for agenda item number 6. Thank you very much for joining us after the break. We'll go ahead and continue on with agenda item number 6, Proposed Wildland Urban Interface Code Amendment, Fire Department. Members of the Fire Department will be present to discuss proposed amendments to the existing 2003 Wildland Urban Interface Code and adoption of the 2018 edition of the Wildland Urban Interface Code. How are you?
Good. Good morning. I'm Nick Christensen, Pocatello Fire Department. In 2007, the city adopted the 2003 edition of the International Wildland Urban Interface Code with a desire to establish standards for construction in the areas where the city and the wildland come together. Prior to that adoption, before they adopted, there was many amendments made to the code. The amendments were put in place to make the code more acceptable to local developers and builders, as well as streamline things on the enforcement side. Over the years, it had been enforced somewhat inconsistently. The fire department's tried to make improvements in that area in the last couple of years. And as we've done that, some problems have come to light with the adopted version of the 2003 code. The many amendments opened up room for interpretation by the fire code officials, and that makes things more difficult both for us and enforcing the code, as well as the developers and builders to understand what they need to do and plan for it. Adopting the 2018 edition of the WUI code as proposed will fix many of the issues we've had, and was actually suggested by one of our local developers. And we appreciate their involvement in the process. The new code allows for more options in construction regulations based on the specific fuels that are in the area. Sites with grass will be less restrictive than sites with heavier fuels and junipers. The new code also encourages builders and homeowners to modify the fuels near their homes or building to establish a defensible space. Doing that in many instances will reduce the requirements for special construction methods. They're able to meet the requirements of protecting the home or building by reducing fuels rather than building in a special manner. In conclusion, the fire department is in support of this change. We feel that it'll improve the options and the clarity of the process of building in the WUI areas, which is where the majority of building is going on right now. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Rick, Roger,
I like most of the proposal. My concern is this section 602.1 about the change on sprinkler systems from shall be installed to is recommended. And it says that's in the highest classification. Is that low risk or high risk?
That would be the highest risk.
So we're saying sprinkler system won't be required in the areas of high fire risk?
Sprinkler system, meaning, just to make sure we're on the same page, the sprinkler system inside the home, a fire sprinkler system inside the home would not be required. The code looks at that kind of differently. There's two things they're addressing here. First is the fire, the wildland fire running and catching the house on fire. And so we look at how the outside of the house is built to prevent that. The sprinkler system requirement was put in place to address the issue of the house catching fire and spreading to the wildland. This code was written for all different jurisdictions. And so where we're a professional department and we're on hand all the time, we have good response times. If a house catches fire, most residences, we catch the fire while it's still in one room without sprinkler systems, which is the whole design goal behind sprinkler systems, is to keep the fire small until the fire department gets there. I think this is something we can satisfy without requiring the extra cost to the builders, and not really increasing our risk without those.
So the sprinkler system doesn't make wouldn't prevent the wildland fire from getting to the house anyway. It would only prevent an internal fire.
If it caught from the outside, that house is done before the sprinkler system goes off.
Okay.
Roger?
This just might be a grammatical understanding. Section 103, it says established Pocatello Fire Department as the enforcement agency. Is that, we did that prior, or are we doing that? Because it also says the proposed amendments are listed and explained below. So established means we've already done it. Establishes means that we are doing it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't completely, what
1031 says established Pocatello Fire Department as the enforcement agency. If we've done it, are we amending it? If we haven't done it, are we establishing?
There's two of the amendments that are in there that are more or less filling in blanks in the code.
Okay.
And that's one of them.
Okay.
It just has a section there that you're meant to put in who the enforcement agency is supposed to be. And that's all that does.
So we're going ahead and saying, this was left out, we're adding Pocatello's, okay.
Yes.
Any other question? Claudia?
So, so this was the topic that Billy Satterfield emailed, and he's been working with you on this?
He has not worked with us on the.
Oh, I
new
thought
codes
earlier
and
you said
amendments to
that
the
one
code.
of the developers, I assumed it was him.
He suggested, he really did his homework, and I really appreciate that, and looked into the code and looked at the full code versus the heavily amended version that we had, and suggested, hey, it would be a lot better if we just had the whole thing. And as I got looking into it, I agreed.
And I
that's
agree
kinda
with
the way
the.
we went.
And I agree with the, I mean, I know a lot of people who have sprinkler systems in their homes, and because of our extreme weather, because of the extreme weather here, like Montana area, they've had exploding pipes and major water damage year after year after year from those. So I'm not a big fan of requiring those. If somebody wants it, I get it, but anyway, so. All right, thanks.
I agree with you on that.
Linda?
And my question was kind of related, but other than Mr. Satterfield, there, I think, was objections or concerns from other developers and builders as well. And so overall, do you feel that going this route now addresses their concerns and that they're on board with it, or is there still?
I believe this addresses their concerns. Part of their concerns, and it's in the areas that aren't as heavily, don't have as many fuels, the grassy areas on the West Bench, the Trail Creek area, and up in the Satterfield area where it's mostly grasses. not necessarily the ravines that have the heavier fuels. And so the builders in those areas were kind of caught by surprise that they were even in a WUI area and had any additional requirements. And so as we tried to be more consistent, they're like, what? And just, so this really gives better options for them in controlling the fuels. They don't have to build at such a high level. Part of the thing that was cut out in the 2003 code is the lower levels of construction requirements were just pushed aside and deleted from the code. And so now we have those options.
Okay, Rick?
Many of our builders work in multiple jurisdictions, whether it's other cities in the county, wherever it might be. Would this be a more consistent set of rules for them to follow? Do you know how it compares with other jurisdictions?
My initial guess is no. It wouldn't be consistent with the ones that our builders are facing. Pocatello has a wildland urban interface problem that other jurisdictions near us don't have.
Right.
Maybe more so in the south Income area, but they haven't adopted this. I know that Boise is the only larger city in Idaho that has the urban interface code, and they kind of went the way that we did initially. They did not adopt the whole thing. And I don't know that they even adopted it by reference. They just took a bunch of things out of it and put that in their code because they didn't feel this was restrictive enough. As far as other jurisdictions around us, they just don't have the WUI threat that we do, and so they haven't adopted this.
Okay, Roger?
Do you know if insurance is written by the underwriters with regard to what regulations are in place? Like, what does WUI code?
I am not familiar with those.
Okay, I just think that would be something underwriters would consider, you know, what locales, because it would probably have something to do with rates, because it's in there for a reason. The other question is, how often do these codes come out? Because we're looking at 2003, it's 2022. We're looking back to 2018. Is it every 15 years, or we missed some iterations, or?
Yes, we missed a bunch. Generally, every 3 years.
Okay.
The codes are adopted, and that was the case with this. But there was really, I don't know why it wasn't looked at for sure over the years, but there was really very little change. The few changes I found as I went through the years were mostly separating things into different sections so it was easier to locate things in the code and cite reference, making big paragraphs, small paragraphs with their own reference.
Chris?
Yeah, Jared, I had asked you a code, like what's our cycle for code review, just in general, about 2 years ago now. And at that point, you had said, well, we really don't necessarily, I mean, if the feds or whoever, you know, the industry changes a code, then obviously, you know, we respond to that. But apart from that, you had indicated that unless there's an issue, somebody complains or whatever, that we don't necessarily, and I'm just, I mean, it kind of goes to the question of how often do we review these, because I'm not clear that we actually do review every code every 3 years. I think some clarification would be, for the public, would be, you know, helpful.
Sure. Jared Johnson, City Attorney. I'm not entirely sure what your question is, but I can certainly address
How often do we have a regularly occurring cycle by which we review all the city codes?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that might explain why 2003.
It's what I mentioned. It sounds like, I don't specifically remember that conversation,
Right.
but I would say the same thing now. It's based on a lot of things. It's based on the department that's over those particular code provisions. Fire obviously does their own review when it becomes necessary, complaint driven. But no, we don't have a cycle for going through the entire Pocatello Municipal Code to make sure everything's up to speed. Yeah.
That's probably the answer to 2003 to 2022.
As far as the fire code, the International Fire Code, not the WUI code.
Right.
It's the same. It's updated every 3 years.
Right.
And generally, we move forward and adopt it when the state does, because at that point, we're obligated to do that anyway. And the reason they lag behind so far is to give,
Implementation time.
yeah, the architects and people that work out of the code a lot, it gives them 3 years to see,
Yep.
oh, these are the changes, this is what we need to plan for, and so it's not a surprise.
Rick?
We're changing this based on builder and developers' requests and requirements. Are we giving up any safety in doing that?
No. I don't feel so. Where it addresses and gives opportunities for them to remove the fuels rather than build a harder home, I think we're ending up with a good, safe environment. I wouldn't support it otherwise.
Is there a requirement to maintain that reduction in fuel or just initially reduce it?
There is a requirement in the code to maintain the defensible space that they establish initially. Following up on that over the years is somewhat problematic, but yes, the requirement's there.
Thank you.
Well, maybe that's something that our new animal control / code enforcement people could assist you with.
Okay, Council, anything else? So Council, you'll see this in front of you probably, I'm assuming, Nick, you'll be looking at April-ish, maybe the 1st of May to bring this in front?
We're hoping for next Thursday. We're
Next Thursday?
tentatively on the.
So March-ish? Then, okay, sounds great.
Very good,
Thank you, Nick.
Good job.
Then we'll move to agenda item number 7 is a review and update of the City of Pocatello's blended recycling program sanitation department. Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director, will give an overview and update on the City of Pocatello's curbside blended recycling program.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director. I'm joined with Carrie Farnsworth, Administrative Manager for Sanitation and Streets. She is here to kick me under the table when I say dumb things, so she's the brains of the operation, so.
You got steel-toed shoes?
Yeah, I hope not. I hope not. So today, before you, we're going to give you an update on our blended or co-mingled recycling program. We'll talk a little bit about the history of the program, our current status, what we're looking at moving forward, and kind of a general overview. So in 1998, the city began a recycling program. Back then, it was what we call roll-off containers. They're those big, long containers that were painted green. They were segregated into compartments, and you had lids, and you went and sorted it out. And then the city would pick up those roll-offs, take them to the recycling center, dump them out, they'd sort them. City saw a tremendous response to that. So in 2009, a pilot program was developed to implement curbside recycling, specifically blended or co-mingled recycling. So we suspended all the green roll-offs, the central location pickup points, and we made this a voluntary program to the community. Said we are looking to start this pilot program. Anyone that's interested volunteers, and it's $5 a month. You'll get a blue container that we're all used to now. And it was on a bi-weekly rotation. It was co-mingled. We were taking pretty much all of the plastics at that particular time. Program went very well, was very successful. So the city in 2011, we implemented the program as a normal operations of sanitation department. The $5 fee to recycle was waived, and it was rolled into the residential rate. So it was still a voluntary program, but it was now free. That's a word we don't always, you're right. But it was rolled into all the residential rates. It was just part of that. But it was still a voluntary program. You had to request to get the blue card. Then in 2018, the world changed in the recycling world. China put in a new policy called the National Sword. And basically, they said they don't want anything anymore from anybody. At first, they had put a 5% contamination requirement on, which is really unachievable. And then later on, they just said, we don't want any imports of recycled materials any longer. So it created a significant disturbance and reduction in demand. And with that, costs escalated rather quickly. In 2019, that's when we really saw the unstable markets. Things got really volatile, prices went. pretty chaotic. So I've included here a graph that kind of shows from 2016. When we started the program in 2011, 2012, we were actually getting paid to deliver recyclables to the recycling center. So we were actually making money on that process, breaking even, let's say. Well, in 2016, as costs began to rise in 2016, a contract was made with the recycling company, Western Recycling, and it was capped at a $70 maximum. So we would pay $70 to get rid of our recyclings because costs went up. Some of these costs are fixed, some of these are commodity pricing. So the fixed costs are the sorting and the baling, and then we had the commodity price. We would share a proportion of that and get credit back when the product was sold. So you can see through 2016, fiscal year 16 through 18, things stayed pretty steady because we had that max $70 a ton price. In 2019, right in the midst of the China sword, you can see where prices jumped considerably. They went from $70 a ton to an average of $157 a ton. So these are average costs per ton per year that we were paying for recycling. So you can see in 2020 it went down to $149, and in 20 and in 21 we're down to $123. So on the average, you can see that costs are coming down, and that's something that we'll talk about on the next one. So in 21, we're seeing a pretty strong recovery in commodity prices. I've attached some statistics from the Solid Waste Association of North America, SWANA is what we call them. There's a lot of acronyms in here. I didn't want to get too wordy, so I'd be happy to answer those questions on what some of these products are. But you can see that the recycling markets are rebounding, and rebounding pretty significantly. You can see the first one on the left is old corrugated cardboard, that top one. I mean, it's doubled in value in 1 year, basically. And so this was...
So that's not how much we pay, that's how much I could sell my cardboard for.
Yeah, this is a national statistic that they ran. They used the New England coast as a case study for this. And so you can see that the one on the top right is a MRF, we call it. It's a sorting facility, basically. That's the data from the MRF. You can see that the price that people are paying for recycling is going up. So domestic demand and demand to other countries throughout the globe has increased, and prices are coming down. So where are we at today? You can see our participation rate when we started was at 28. Way back in the pilot program, it's gone up to 52%. So we have a pretty good participation rate. We have recovered 22,000 tons of recyclables in the course of the program. Just to give you a kind of an idea on that, that's pretty much a year's total of garbage that we take to landfill. So that's a pretty, in my view, that's a pretty remarkable accomplishment for the city. We've kept one full year of garbage out of landfill.
And this doesn't include the grass recycling. This doesn't include
the glass, yep.
Grass and glass.
Yep. Yeah, we're just focusing today on co-mingled recycling, so is what we were.
So there's other conversions we've done as well.
Absolutely, yes, that's correct. You can see on our graphs our recycle tonnage in the top right. You can see that it's declined over time, which is a little puzzling. I think what we can deduce that to is kind of the Amazon effect. You can't fit as much in a blue container if there's boxes in it. What we see is people don't take the time to break boxes down. And so they fill up a lot faster because there's a lot of boxes in it. And then we've also, over time, we've had to quit accepting 3s through 7s on the recycled. And so our tonnage has dropped over time, which is strange because our participation rate climbs slowly, but our tonnage has kind of dropped off.
Well, two things. One, people might be more selective of what they purchase. So, when they decide that they don't want plastic bottles floating in the ocean, for example, they might not be buying as much plastic bottle, or
Yeah,
buying volume and
absolutely.
stuff like that.
That's a great point.
And then, I forgot the other point.
We'll be here when it comes back, because it'll usually come
Maybe.
around.
Tom, is there any movement towards getting 3 and 7 back? Are you seeing any indication? It's not looking good.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. There's really, I'm pretty simple guy. If there's no use for it, it's just garbage. And unfortunately, they haven't found a use for, those particular, like deli trays and sour cream
Those
things.
clamshell boxes.
Yeah,
and
there's
things
just
like
really not a market for it yet, but, there's some pretty smart people, so.
With inflation and oil being a chief component of that, who knows what the next year brings?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that was another thing during COVID that we saw is there was a resin shortage, and that was driving up recycling costs because you were paying a premium for some of these plastics that were being taken. So the other graph you can see is our diversion rate from 2016 to 21. So we divert roughly 10% of our waste through recycling out of the landfill. And then on our left, you can see
That
our
says 30%.
What?
average 10.6 of waste has been diverted, so, sorry.
Oh, mine just looks like a 30.
Oh, okay. All right. And then the other graph shows what our costs have done. This is the scary stuff to look at. So you can see, this is the actual averages for the year, or the actuals for the year. So in 2016, we paid about $65,000. Our peak was in 2020 at $337,000. So, but as you can see in 21, these numbers are starting to decline. There was some talk previously when we were discussing this about what it would look like if this just went to the landfill. So I included that as the blue line at the bottom. So that would show you the delta of that. So when we started, it was about a $65,000 delta in 16, and we were up to, anywhere from low 200s to high 200s. Right now is the delta between taking it to a landfill or recycling it.
These costs don't change very much on the
tonnage?
On what we're expending, cost taken to landfill. I thought we had a high increase out there.
We did, and that's for 22 this year.
Okay, so.
Yeah, that's coming when we
So
talk.
this year will look a lot better.
Yeah, yeah, so we did experience a $6 increase per ton at the landfill, which is a pretty stout increase, so, yeah. So that delta will potentially get smaller, yeah.
20% increase.
And is it, I mean, the $5 rolled in fee has been the same for a number of years?
Yeah, so in our rate study, that's what that cost was rolled in, and then as it goes, the rate compensates for those increases.
Okay.
So last year with recycling, we spent like $330,000 some odd dollars. In our rate study, we had projected for that year to be over 400. Because when we did our 5-year rate study, we saw this coming, and so did our consultants.
So have the fees that I pay gone up, or at what?
Yeah,
when will they start to go up?
So the costs are built in, so when there's a fee increase each year, that covers the extra cost of the recycling costs.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all just kind of
Obviously,
rolled into one.
Theoretically, at some point, perhaps, worst case scenario, it could get so expensive that it would be not feasible to charge individual households what it actually costs.
Yeah, so right now you pay $19 for a green container.
Right.
And your recycles with that. Next year it may go up to $19.50.
Right.
And that includes the increase in the recycle cost and the landfill costs.
Right. And wouldn't it help offset that if we could get a larger portion of the community participating? And do you have any idea what the barriers are to that?
The hardest part about getting more participation
Because
is.
you also have more garbage, or more recycling.
Right. And so then that equates into more trucks.
Right.
And
Sanitation, we revolve around truck weight. That's our whole life. You know, we have to be at a certain weight to travel safely on a road. And the way we design routes, the way we plan routes is this vehicle needs to be able to stay under this weight and go to the landfill twice a day and get his 800 carts done that he's responsible for in one day. And so when those trucks start getting heavier, that's when we have to start adding an additional truck to that route to balance that load.
But in theory, you could, I'm just saying this out loud. I mean, there are places where recycling is every 3 weeks, which encourages people to break down boxes, for example. And in theory, it would be better for the environment if we could get more people to participate, and perhaps part of the cost to individual households would be that recycling would happen less frequently, which ought to at least mitigate what you're talking about in terms of extra trucks and staff.
Yeah. A tough part of managing co-mingled recycling is it doesn't compress in the trucks.
Right.
So we have what's called a packer in the trucks. And so as they're dumping and dumping, you push it.
Right.
Well, on normal trash, you can get that to compact into a brick. When you compress these recycled products, they squish and then
And
they
they'd spring back, well,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
And one of the concerns that we've had, because we've looked at potential 3 weeks, is Pocatello is very famous for wind. And when it's a windy day, we usually have a full crew out chasing cardboard boxes and paper. That's one of the things about recycling, it's very light. And the longer you go, the more they try and put in. So then the lids are up and the wind takes them. So, but there's potential there as well.
Do you think, because, I mean, I've recycled all my life, ever since we lived in this country, we've recycled. Do you think that we only have 52% participation because our people don't realize that they're already paying for it? Because in theory, everybody in town is already paying for this.
Yeah, that's definitely, we could use that as an educational opportunity to the public.
Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's like you're already paying for it. Ask for the stinking trash can.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, that's an opportunity. Yeah, that's a great point.
Tom, are there neighborhoods that don't participate? Do you see a geographic difference in percentage of participation of the program?
Not really. Our biggest days are on the Highland High School Hill. That's our largest routes, I would say.
Are there some that are smallest?
No, I think it's pretty much, you got, all the routes are like this, and then you have one that's a little up. So it's pretty consistent throughout town.
Okay, Linda, and then Roger, you have a...
I'm just curious about the participation rate. When you mentioned it, you said that that was a good rate. How does that compare? I mean, I keep hearing only 52%, but I thought that was actually fairly good.
Yeah, I think that is a fairly good rate, in my opinion. I don't really have any data to give you to correlate that. What made that a good rate for me is it started at 30 and it's climbed 20%. So I think education works.
And we're climbing.
We're climbing, yeah.
That's the trend.
Yeah, that's one of the things we're experiencing right now is people are throwing stuff away and recycling a lot.
Okay, I got Roger, and then I've got Rick.
I think the education piece is a critical piece of this. You know, what we've saved a year's worth of landfill development.
Yep.
Essentially by doing this in this time. Plus all the other stuff we're doing, the glass tonnage. So just making the public very aware of the need. The second thing is, I think another tier of education is how you can make your cart weigh heavier by condensing stuff. You know, if you, for example, I take our milk bottles, milk jugs, I smash them and put the cap back on because they can't expand then.
Right.
And I do that with, if we have pop, you know, whatever if it's a plastic container that has a cap, I try to reduce it down, and that way I don't have my cart so full, it doesn't blow over as easily. And I've done my share of chasing, because I live on one of the windiest places in town. But I just think some of that stuff would help people to understand what they can gain in recycling, and it's not much to
Right.
do that.
And that's one of the things we were hoping to get out of this meeting. When this came up last budget season, we kind of just went in limbo till we could come talk to you folks about what our direction wants to be as a community for this program. Because if we move forward, that's something we want to push, is start going on a big education program.
So,
Rick, go ahead.
I'm still curious about this participation rate. Do you see better participation in single-family households? Is it less in multifamily or apartment complexes?
We could try and get that data, but we would have to go through our financial system and pull accounts, and
Typically, it is residential homes that participate. It's a lot harder in the apartment complexes.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the apartment complexes either have 3-yard containers that they service there.
And they don't have a recycling card?
Some do. Just depends on the landlord, if they provide that service for them. Because if it's under the landlord, they would be the ones to request the carts for their tenants.
what has happened in the past with landlords is there's a lot of contamination in it, and then we can't dump it. And the landlord can't really tell who did it, and then he has to pay for that to go into the garbage instead of, because when our trucks have cameras, we're pretty, I think we're well appreciated in the recycling world, because Pocatello is very good at keeping their contamination rates down. And we do our part we have cameras that the driver can actually see what's going in, and they catch that a lot. And when there's contamination, we set it down, we tag it and give them a warning. We give 2 warnings. And then if it continues to happen, then we charge them for an extra dump because it goes into the garbage. And so when you have these big apartment complexes and you have this perpetual contamination, and we tag it, and then the landlord starts getting charged to dump that, then he just says, I don't want the card anymore. So.
Okay, I've got Claudia, then I've got Linda, and it looks like Chris.
So the way I remember the previous discussion on recycling was that bottle, while I might be dumping that in the blue container, it's actually not getting recycled. It's going to some landfill in Portland. And so
I have answers for that.
So bottom line for me, I want to know, are we truly recycling, or are we just taking our stuff to somebody else's landfill? Because that's an issue for me.
Yes. So we had a conference call with Western Recycling. That's who we contract with. And they assured us that they have never sent any from this area that they're under, has never gone to a landfill. It does happen, for other recycling centers that aren't as aggressive, or maybe don't negotiate as well, or other things that happen. Some do. And we've all seen the TV reports on it, right? Rick at Western, he's a really stand-up guy, and he assured us, he says, we're not going to give that stuff away. We want to make our money back on it. Okay. He's a businessman, and so he assured us that none of Pocatello stuff has gone to the garbage other than contamination.
Okay, so then, is that recyclable?
This is recyclable.
Current,
Yep.
I mean, I understand technically it is, but is there a market for that?
Yeah, so this is considered a PET, they call it. It's a technical term, I can't even pronounce it. But this is a viable recyclable product.
What's a 3 and a 7? Give me an example of a 3 and a 7.
3 and a
Is that
7
food containers?
like a styrofoam food container, or the thin plastic, or like a sour cream jug, the really thin.
One of those. Okay, so those are 3s and 7s. So those should not be going in.
Like a yogurt cup, those are 3s and 7s.
3s and 7s.
These are 1s and 2s.
I mean, at one point, I thought it was that I thought there was some communication, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, about if the neck of the container is not smaller
Yep.
than the body of the container, which, that was a really good way to distinguish. Is that, I mean, which eliminates, clamshells and
Yeah.
cottage cheese containers. Is that still?
Yeah, usually if
kind
the
of-
lid's smaller than the base, that's a recycled product.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Linda.
That's just a list of some acceptables, because I'm horrible at remembering, sorry.
I have a question related to what Roger was talking about compacting things, but also in terms of contamination and education, because you and I had a conversation a while ago. I always compact my bottles and boxes and any recycling as much as I can. But to do that, as you pointed out, to get it to stay compacted when you have a bottle, you have to put the cap back on. And I seem to recall you telling me that the cap itself
Yeah.
needs to not go in recycling. So how do we deal with that issue?
It's a very bizarre scenario. They said, if you're gonna leave the cap on, make sure it's tight. Or else leave it off totally. It's the way they sort them. So the lids, to be honest, I didn't ask that question, if the lid itself is actually recyclable or not, but he says the way they sort, it's better if you're gonna leave the lid on, squish it and tighten it as tight as you can. Because if they're loose and they get this big mass of these small lids, it'll jam up their sorting.
Oh, okay.
But so by doing that, if we put them on tightly and everything, we're not actually contaminating our
That's an acceptable,
okay.
for them, that's acceptable.
If I have a hard plastic bottle, then I throw the lid away because of our conversation. But I was thinking thin bottles like that, where it's the only way to get it to,
Yeah, he explained
squish
that,
down.
and I was just like, it was like a dog with one ear up, and I went, okay, whatever.
Is that something we can educate? Would that
Absolutely.
be part of our education program for the public? Okay.
And that's something we've talked about since last budget season is we need to ramp up our education if this is a direction that the city wants to go in, so.
Chris?
Well, that was kind of my question is, do you have any initial thoughts, over the past 9 months or whatever, in what direction? And I realize part of that was your research time, so but I'm just curious if you have any initial thoughts about how we could, make people more aware that they're already paying for it. I don't remember, because it was 14 years ago, I don't remember when I called what the conversation was, whether they said, well, you're paying for recycling anyway, so we might as well bring you a container, or if they waited for me to say, what about, I don't remember. But, and then I was thinking about realtors too, because, they're selling people houses, and that might be, working with the Realty Association, that might be a reinforcer at least, where the realtor could say, oh, by the way, congratulations on your new home and.
And we recycle,
But anyway,
Yep,
do you have
great
any
ideas.
initial thoughts on how we might proceed with it?
Yeah, we've started to put together some stuff. I think, love it or hate it, I am not a social media guy, but it's powerful. And so I look forward to getting our PIO and start getting some, start hammering that out pretty hard, so, yeah. But we do have some initial ideas moving ahead.
The one other thing that may be considered, states that do, for a variety of programs, opt in typically have lower participation than opt outs. So if you just came when you signed up for utilities and sanitation services, it just immediately was you get both, and in order to not have recycling, you opt out. That can already jump it. I don't know if you have problems then with contamination and compliance, but that's just one thing.
Yeah, one of the big things on there, right when I took over sanitation is right when we did the rate study. And so that was built into there. And so one of the worries I have is if we take that 52% up to 100, we may not have enough trucks to do that, because that wasn't thought about in the last rate study because I was green. You know what I mean?
So you would have to do another rate study. Most
Well, it's
likely
just something that we'd have to
accommodate
keep a close eye on. We're seeing that in our yard waste program right now. we've actually had to cap yard waste. It is so popular that our trucks are overweight. And if we want to have more participation in yard waste, we need more trucks and more people to drive those trucks. That's just kind of where we're at, so.
When is the next rate study?
24.
Okay.
I had a question.
Claudia
Hold
had
on,
a
let me look at
question.
Josh
She's
for a
trying to
minute, because I looked
remember
over
what it
there and I
was.
had a question.
I'll get out of the way.
Well, on our next slide, this might help a little as well. We get a little bit more granular, Carrie, we get a little more granular on our data, and you can kind of see how volatile this market is, but there is definitely a trend since January of 19 of costs going down pretty considerable. You can see that we started, at 150 to 160, and we're down in September to 99. So the costs have gone down considerably. However, I wanted to add this because you can see in the last 4 months, we've undone 7 months of previous.
Right.
And so we talked with the recycling companies about that. And one of the new issues that's coming up, there is more demand for recycling, but he informed us that there's 100 vessels anchored at anchor in Long Beach and LA, as well as Seattle and Tacoma. And everybody's vying for those vessels to get unloaded, and they want to get their product on. So now we're seeing this cost go back up, not because there isn't demand, there's just a finite amount of ways to transport it. He told us that there's at least 100 vessels in Long Beach, and it's taking 4 to 6 weeks to unload a vessel is the time frame. And then he said that the longshoremen's union contract's up this year, and he says it may get a little heated, and so this may go on a little more. So he's a little concerned about that as well.
So this waste is still going offshore?
Yes, yep. There still is a market offshore, yes.
I thought of my question.
Okay.
So do like bars and stuff that sell bottled beer, do they have a glass dealy bob
No,
that they can dump in?
we actually tested at a couple of bars, and I don't know how to put it nicely, but at the end of the night, when
There was just
people-
too much.
There was just too much contamination in it, yeah. So. It just,
So how did you do the test?
we went, yeah.
I don't want to know.
I didn't test
I don't
that.
want to know.
Yeah. I only remember part of the test.
It's a blur.
Anyway, on some good news, though, he had told us that in Norpac Mill in Longview, Washington, they are putting on a second pulper, which will double their paper supply demand. So he is very optimistic about domestic markets are increasing, which is going to bring prices down. The other thing that SWANA, this is the Solid Waste Association of North America, as well as some other groups, they're pushing federal legislation now to get cradle to grave with people that make bottles and other packaging. So they're trying to tackle it more at the packaging end instead of getting it at the end. And so like Coca-Cola and Pepsi have already signed up for programs that they want to push, that we're going to take care of that bottle from the minute we make it to the minute it goes to the landfill, or to the recycling center, excuse me. And there's a few states that have already taken this on to where they're asking these corporations to actually pay for the recycling programs for communities.
I was, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. On a webinar through Utah's Recycling Alliance, and they were talking about that end of things, that you get it earlier instead of dealing with it once it's already in the stream at the other end, that you look at use from the very beginning, and that you can do effective education campaigns for businesses and companies in terms of, like restaurants, what kind of boxes they give, that there's recycled paper boxes for to-go food, that kind of thing. Are we looking at maybe doing some of that, like working with businesses in town?
We've actually worked with on that in the past. some of the issues we had is they are more expensive. It was a higher cost. And so I think some of this legislation may offset that by trying to subsidize some of that. But we have talked it's been a couple of years ago about that very thing.
And some of them are doing it by their own choice, but if there were ways that we could encourage that, it would be good for the city.
And like I said, that was one of the things that, depending on how we talk today is because we're ready to go with whatever you folks feel is the best way to go. So, and we can ramp things up.
Oh, Chris?
So two things, supply and demand, generally there's a lag time. I mean, so as demand goes up, it's like the extra pulper. And so I'm wondering if you're hearing any buzz around the fact that if there are that many ships, that there's money to be made there. And I understand that, cargo vessels are astronomically expensive. However, anyway, so I'm wondering if you're hearing any buzz on the fact that, that they're part of what we're seeing in terms of that problem might be the typical supply and demand lag that occurs.
I think one of the biggest problems, and I don't know if this is answering your question, that we're going to see is ports aren't the most attractive feature for a community, and there's not really a big push to create more ports. And so we've got this really big funnel going to very few amount of ports. And I think until these ports can expand or a different way of moving product happens, we're kind of stuck here for a while.
And then my second, just a education comment, kind of goes to what Linda was talking about. I mean, as we talk about, legislation and et cetera, one of the most powerful components of changing business habits is the consumer. And I've noticed that when I say, I'm sorry, I need a doggy bag, and by the way, please don't give me something that can't be recycled. It's impactful. I mean, you can see and it's amazing how creative restaurants get if all they have on hand is something that cannot be recycled. Somehow I always manage to get my food home to the dogs in good order.
Maybe in tin foil instead of styrofoam.
Yeah, and so I think part of an education component is to say, if this is something that's important to you as a consumer, then just say, I'm sorry, this is my requirement. And especially for locally owned restaurants, that's impactful.
Very much so, yeah. Okay, well, just a quick little overview. I think we've kind of covered all this, but recycling saves the environment. It saves our landfills. We produce less greenhouse gases by making new product, but it is a volatile market and it is costly. And so for that, I'll take any questions.
Well, I would make one last statement. It's hard to calculate some of the savings we've acquired by this because we know that the landfill went up by $6 a ton. But we don't know, had we been putting everything in there, how fast that $6 might have hit. It might have hit several years earlier.
And I want to thank you for being a data geek. I think it certainly helps me be more informed in an efficient manner. And so I appreciate the time that you took, both of you, all of you, because creating the number that you put on a dot, it takes hours of backstage work. So thank you for that.
Linda?
And I also would thank you for all of your work on this. And I know that over the last few years, there have been huge challenges with recycling that we as a city, and certainly you as, in the sanitation department, have no control over. But I would reiterate, speaking for myself, my philosophical commitment to recycling. And I think as long as we have a viable program, I am behind that. It's encouraging to see that, and I understand the market is volatile, so it, you know, it can go up and down, we know that, but I think the trends lately are in a better direction, so that's encouraging. And I will just say that when I talk to people in this community, the support for this program is big. And most of the people I talk to recycle and believe in recycling, and so I think we have to find a way to keep going with this and to make it work. And I appreciate all the work that you do to making that happen for people.
Thank you.
Rick?
I'm just curious, if you're going to do some marketing on this, before you do that, if you'd have a conversation with Western Recycling to see when they sort, what specific issues they're having, what's the most sorted out material that they can't recycle, and perhaps we can better educate our public and increase the percentage of what we're collecting that is recyclable, and help reduce the cost of the program in the long run.
Well, I can tell you one of them, we've had those discussions, and the biggest problem that the recycling centers nationwide are seeing is lithium batteries. People mistakenly put a battery in, or they, however it happens, and as they're sorting, it compresses it, it ignites, and a recycling center is a timber box. And so he said that, was it 2 times a week sometimes? Like they have to shut their plant down.
Oh, for God's sake.
Because they got a conveyor belt full of fire hidden, so. Anyway.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
With that, we'll move to agenda item 8, Employee Handbook Amendment Proposal, removal of 12.5 odometer miles requirement for immediate response positions, human resources. Human resources staff will be in attendance to present a proposal to remove the 12.5 odometer mile requirement for immediate response from the employee handbook and the pertinent job descriptions. The proposal is to change the requirement to 30-minute travel time. That was a hard one for me to get through for some reason.
Well, Heather Buchanan, Human Resources. When I realized how big of list of positions this was impacted, I realized you actually needed a presentation in front of you, because when we get to that point, there are many positions that are impacted by this. So our current policy for residency that it's for immediate response personnel, not emergency responders. Just to be clear, we're talking about 2 separate groups of employees. Immediate response personnel currently must live within 12.5 miles of their regular work site with a 30-minute response, so it has to be both. We would like to remove the 12.5 mile requirement and just go to the 30-minute response time. I honestly can't tell you how long it's been since we've adjusted that policy. The handbooks that I historically have access to have remained at both. So I don't know if the 12.5 miles was back when the speed limit on the interstates was 55. I can tell you for the history of the handbooks I have access to, it's been both. We're at a point where we need to respond to this because of recruiting problems. I know our superintendents that are bringing employees in these areas, they usually start an interview with, do you live this close to the city facility? And if they don't, are they willing to relocate? And if they're not, the interview's over. It's very hard to pull in an entry-level equipment operator making $40,000 a year and tell them they have to move for that job. The 30 minutes, we believe, gives us adequate response in our departments. The list of positions is very long that's affected. As you can see, it's airport, Animal Services has one, fleet. We would like to add the PIO to this. Parks, sanitation, street, water, and WPC are the departments affected.
Well, in 30 minutes, I could practically get to Idaho Falls.
That's correct.
For goodness sake.
And how do you come up with what, because 30 minutes at rush hour
So it'd be 30 minutes, so we would basically go onto the internet and say, what is the driving time between these 2 points? That doesn't take into effect weather, and it doesn't take into effect traffic patterns.
Okay.
Josh?
Have you spoken with all the department heads who are with these affected positions?
We have.
Do they all feel like that 30 minutes is an adequate response time for all these positions?
They do. We actually talked about it in staff meeting, and with the department head support is why this was brought forward.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
When I read the proposed policy and then read the listing of positions, it looks to me like the policy is incomplete because it talks about street department personnel except administration and some other like that, but yet the administrator is part of the listed positions in some of those.
So the policy is only part of what we have to adjust. The biggest part is the job descriptions is where the requirement is housed. That's how we identify which positions are included in immediate response, which is why you see this giant list. We'll have to amend every one of these job descriptions.
I just wonder if perhaps the policy should reflect the list.
It's a lot easier to change an individual job description than it is for me to amend a handbook.
No, I'm just saying the residency requirement policy 17 should reflect the list of positions that you indicate are impacted. Because they doesn't seem to be, the policy isn't as inclusive as what the impacted positions are.
I understand. If I build the list of positions into the handbook, anytime we adjust a title or we add a new position, I have to amend the handbook, which is why we control the positions within the job descriptions themselves.
It's easier to do that.
Why is it so, I mean, just out of curiosity, why is it so hard to amend the handbook? What does that, it requires reprinting every handbook in existence?
No, we don't print handbooks.
Well, I mean, right, so what is, I mean, you had said it's much easier to do it this way rather than what Rick is suggesting, and I just don't know the answer. Could you educate me?
It takes me 2 weeks to amend a job description. That's done as a mid-year reclassification, and we do that between the department head, HR, finance, and then the mayor's office. If I have to amend a handbook, that's a presentation before council in a work session, and then that's an agenda item on a meeting. So that takes me at least a month.
But if you're revising, I mean, if you're dealing with that huge list and each, I mean, so you're saying that it would take you, what, 2 weeks, whatever you said, to do every one of those?
Well, to amend an individual position is much easier than to amend a handbook.
But, well, I understand, but I guess I'm saying, so is it going to take you 2 weeks to do the first 5 and then 2 weeks to do the next 5? Or in which case you're going to spend more time amending all those job descriptions than just changing the policy
I think she's saying
once?
it comes up once in a while to amend a job description.
But all of these have to be done, so why not just do it through?
They're already
So
done.
they all have to be done, if you put this list in the handbook, they all have to be done anyway because it's individually put in the job description. So the job description has to be changed as well.
If you list specific positions, then you have to change the
But
handbook.
is the part of the job description where, I mean, does it have to be how far away you live? I've never had a job description.
Yes, it is part of the job description.
Okay.
It's also part of the job posting.
Okay.
So you can't get people.
So you're here today for?
I'm here today to
What do
show
you
you
need?
the steps that I will take if I have approval from council to proceed. The policy has already been routed to legal for review. Then the handbook amendment will show up hopefully at the meeting next Thursday. If you guys approve that, we will then issue a notice to all employees that, one, the handbook has changed to remove the 12.5 miles to everybody. And then everyone who holds those job descriptions will receive a copy of their new job description with the change. So I just need council's approval if it's okay to bring this forward as a regular
Does
agenda
that need to be a
item.
motion?
No, just if
Oh,
you
I'm
see
good.
everybody.
If 4 of you nod at me.
I'm good.
Yeah, bring it,
It looks to me like
bring it
we're in good
on.
shape.
I'm good.
Who's the water superintendent? Is that Justin?
It is.
Okay. It says in your policy, all water department employees except administration, but Justin is one of the listed impact positions. To me, there's a discontinuity between those two documents.
Administrative staff also includes admins in the departments, not just department heads and management.
But is the department head part of administrative staff?
He would be part of administration, but he also has the requirement to live within 30-minute
That's where the
response.
job
So-
description.
So some administration are immediate response personnel.
defined-
Not all administration are, though.
Correct.
That's where the policy seems to need to be wordsmithed a bit further, in my opinion. I just don't think we're saying exactly what we intend with the way this proposed policy is written.
Would you want it to amend it to be say except certain administration?
I need to get to a computer and sit down and try and write it.
Well,
It just seemed inconsistent when I was looking at the list of personnel and looking at this policy. It just didn't seem to track. Park superintendent is one of the listed personnel, and yet Parks isn't even in the policy.
Maybe if you just add the word some.
Well,
All water department employees except some
I
administration.
think that's covered in the first line,
Yeah.
all city employees unless designated by job description.
Right.
So I'm not an
policy
HR
should
person,
be
but I
general.
think Heather's well-educated and knows how to do this kind of thing. That's her deal. So I'm willing to, whatever you need to do would be okay with me. I'm not going to try to word the handbook for you. I'm not, at least.
I feel that policies should be general and not get into listing the specifics, but I agree, your first statement covers where it says, except where designate, I can't remember exactly the wording you just used, but where it's in their job description that it's otherwise, then that's covered in that statement. I'm good with this the way that it is.
Yeah, me too.
It sounds like be prepared to bring it next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. With that, we'll move to agenda item 9, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA Fund Update, Public Works. Public Works staff will be in attendance to present ARPA guidelines and project ideas.
Good morning. How are you today?
Good, how are you doing?
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. On my notes down here, I put good and then I left a blank under there because I wasn't sure if it was morning or afternoon. You guys made good time, so I'll try not to stand between you and lunch too much.
If it had been lunchtime or later, it might not have been good.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, I'm Jeff Mansfield, the Public Works Director and City Engineer for the City of Pocatello. I'm joined today by Jennifer Flynn. She's the Public Works Executive Assistant. I want to thank her, first off, for all the hard work she's done in regards to our ARPA funding. She's done considerable research on this topic and has agreed to be the person responsible for our reporting process. There's a lot of information out there, and we are by no means experts in this matter. With that said, we'd like to discuss with you the ARPA funds as it relates to the City of Pocatello. So you'll hear these funds referred to as a different couple ways. You'll hear them referred to as the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, and you'll also hear them referred to as the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, SLFRF. And so I don't like that acronym very well, so most likely I'll just be calling them the ARPA funds.
LaFurf doesn't work very well.
Yeah. The City of Pocatello has been allocated just a little over $10.7 million through the ARPA funds, which is being administered by the Department of Treasury. In September of 21, we received $5.3 million, which is our first half of the allocation. These funds are currently housed in Fund 84.
The other half of the funds will be received in approximately 12 months after the initial deposit. Since its inception, there have been 2 rules released regarding the funds. The first one was the interim rule. The interim rule stated that cities really had the opportunity to use these funds for sewer, water, broadband, and also revenue loss. Those were the general categories that they identified that these funds needed to be used for. However, on January 6, 2022, the final rule came out, which greatly expanded the availability and the opportunities for use of these funds. This final rule will be effective April 1st, 2022. So these funds were provided by the federal government to respond to the COVID-19 emergency and lead a strong, resilient, and equitable recovery. There were 3 key objectives that were identified with this funding. The first was to fight the pandemic and support families and businesses struggling with the public health and economic impacts. The second is to maintain vital public services even amid declines in revenue resulting from the crisis. The third is to build a strong, resilient, and equitable recovery by making investments that support long-term growth and opportunity. Give you a little bit of the timeline that we've had and that we're faced with for these funds. So on March 3rd, 2021, the American Rescue Plan Act was enacted. And we've received half of these funds. We'll receive the other half probably in September of this year. And then we have until December 31st, 2024 to have these ARPA funds obligated. And then we have until December 31st, 2026 to have the ARPA funds spent. So you may ask the question, well, what does that mean to be obligated? And we've thought about that a little bit and talked about it. And in our mind, if it's something that we're hiring somebody else to do, we envision that we would have a contract in place with that person and we would be obligated by contract, and we feel like that would be a commitment of an obligation. If it's something that we are doing internally, I'm not quite sure what they would perceive as obligation. If it's something that maybe council has passed a resolution or included in the budget, maybe that would count. That's something that we'll dig into a little deeper. So as I mentioned previously, one of the broad categories that was identified was water and sewer. With the final rule, they've expanded that to include stormwater infrastructure, but really they've identified here that cities have the opportunity to address deferred maintenance in drinking water and wastewater systems, as well as stormwater, as well as add additional resiliency measures to their systems. Some of these types of projects are typically projects that you would see in the state revolving loan fund projects or the clean water revolving loan fund projects that you typically see through DEQ. Broadband is another item that was identified as an eligible cost or project that could be used for. During the pandemic, broadband infrastructure was identified as being critical for work, education, healthcare, and civic participation during the public health crisis. Another way that these funds can be used and has been expanded on greatly with the final rule is through public health and economic impacts. The rules can be used for impacts to public health, such as COVID-19 mitigation and contamination or containment, medical expenses, behavioral health care, and preventing and responding to violence. They can also provide assistance to households, assistance to small businesses, assistance to nonprofits, aid to impacted industries, and public sector capacity and workforce.
Can all of that be interpreted pretty broadly, or are there more specifics about each of these?
So there are specifics. So at the end of this presentation, we've provided you some links, and one of the links is a YouTube video that has some really good resources in there. And one of those resources is this Introduction to the Final Rule, Corona State and Local Recovery Funds. So this is a really good resource, and it goes through each one of these different topics and kind of talks about different examples. So it's a good resource there. So that could help you understand what each one of those looks like.
In general, would you say it gives us a lot of wiggle room or no?
Yeah, definitely. And if you get really bored, you can read the 500, the 500 page final rule.
I shook my head no for that one.
You're
saying yes.
For wiggle room. We just started to get into conversations yesterday about this topic specifically, the public health and economic impacts. And we started to delve into this, 500-page document about the rules that regulate how you can use money under certain categories. And so there are rules, and what he'll talk about is kind of the category where there are less rules.
So can we use the money to have an administrator for these funds?
Possibly. And to Jen's point, that is true. I mean, but my point is there's a lot of different categories. There's a lot of different things you can do, but this is probably the most restrictive of the different categories. So, yeah. Premium pay for essential workers is another one. This is available to you, provide premium pay to eligible workers up to $13 an hour. This premium pay must be in addition to the wages that they are currently making, and it may not exceed $25,000 for any single worker during the program.
And is there a list of what the essential worker?
Yes, there are.
Does a worker become essential if we have to pay them more to hire them, or else a service has to be cut? What is the definition of essential?
So, so right here's the list of the premium pay for essential workers, and it talks about eligible workers, those in critical infrastructure sectors. And then it talks about, a lot of the caveats and the criteria that you have to use to determine whether or not they're eligible for premium pay. And then it's got examples listed over here of all the different sectors of professions that are eligible. For example, public health, safety, emergency response, janitors, sanitary workers, public health and safety staff. Repeat your question for me again.
Well, I guess, it goes to what are the criteria used to define essential? Because one interpretation could be that it is essential to pay a certain kind of worker because if we don't pay them, an increased wage, we can't find people to fill those positions, and therefore we're going to have to reduce services based on the fact that we're not competitive wage-wise. And I have no idea. I'm not suggesting that should be or is. I'm just saying, I don't know. That word essential is kind of.
Got a list.
So under the section about bolstering public sector capacity, up under the previous one, under the public health and economic impacts, there's the public sector capacity and workforce. And so it talks in that section about maintaining current compensation levels to prevent layoffs, worker retention incentives, including reasonable increases in compensation, address administrative needs caused by exacerbation by the pandemic, backlogs from pandemic, shutdowns, et cetera. So that's probably where that one would be covered, is under that category.
Right, because obviously, applying this money to ongoing salaries is not wise. But for temporary workers or seasonal workers, it might be a different situation.
Right.
Okay.
Jeff, is what you're looking at in your hand, Is it on one of these websites?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good.
So if you go to that YouTube website,
Okay.
and then you go to the PDF of that, there's a PDF that goes
Okay.
along with
I
the
just wanted
website.
to-
It's about a 50-minute long video, very, very worth watching.
Okay.
And have this PDF printed off before you do it,
Okay.
so that you can follow through there.
Okay,
So,
thank
yeah.
you. I just wanted to know where I could see what you're seeing.
Yeah, yeah,
A lot of those answers to the questions will be answered in those.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. And I guess I could have brought some copies of this.
No, that's fine. I
apologize for that.
Digital's fine. I just wanted to make sure it was
Yeah,
one of those
it's out there.
links that you were providing.
Yep. Okay, the next one is replacing lost public sector revenue. So in this category, there's two options that we can pursue. There's either the standard allowance, which we can use up to $10 million to spend on government services, or we can go through a calculation and calculate what our actual revenue loss was for that period of time that they designate in there. Our total allowance is $10.7 million. And so I don't imagine that it would be worthwhile for us to go through all the calculations to try to make it look like 10.7. I think we can come up with something for the $700,000 and then just identify that the 10 million as a standard allowance for our revenue loss.
Are we required, so it says spend up to 10 million. Is this we could spend 500,000 to purchase police, fire, and other public safety vehicles, and then use the rest on infrastructure or whatever has been, okay.
My understanding, that $10 million is just wide open. You can spend it on anything that is classified as generally any service traditionally provided by a government. Is kind of the definition that they've given there, so. And some of the examples of that are constructions of schools and hospitals, road building and maintenance and other infrastructure, health and other services, environmental remediation, provision of police, fire, or other public safety services, including purchase of fire trucks and police vehicles. So,
Not build buildings?
That's a good question. I sat through a presentation a couple weeks ago that was put on by the Idaho Association of Counties by Eddie Bailey, and one of the questions that was brought up was, can we build a new courthouse with this? And their interpretation was yes. So that it would definitely be something that we'd want to get a justification approval, if that's something we wanted to consider before we went down that road.
That's part of the issues that when you start messing with this money is what is tied to it and what is not tied to it. What can you do and what can you not do? And there have been a lot of rumors out there about you can do anything you want. No, you can't. You have to do these certain things. And so I would, again, just recommend the council go look at these websites, watch that video. It will answer a lot of questions that we have, but there's still a lot of questions that are up in the air and that we're trying to get answers to on whether or not what it can and can't be used for. And so it answers a lot, but there's still some other questions that will probably come up when you do that. So, Claudia.
I'm on the next page. Where we talked about, previously, we talked about possibly earmarking some of this $10 million to dedicating that to sewering Johnny Creek. I don't see that in this list of.
Okay, wait,
She must be a
you're
few
two
ahead.
slides
I'm
ahead.
here.
Yeah, let me.
Oh, is that not the next page?
Now let's talk about restrictions first.
Oh, sorry,
That's
sorry,
okay.
I jumped too far ahead.
So with this money, as with any federal funding, there are certain restrictions that can be applied. Some of these include you cannot have this as you cannot offset a reduction in net revenue resulting from a change in law, regulation, or administrative interpretation. You cannot deposit this into pension funds. You cannot use it for debt service or replenishing financial reserves. No satisfaction of settlements or judgments. And they cannot be used for any project that conflicts with or contravenes the purpose of the American Rescue Act statute. So
Is that last one just kind of a catch-all?
Yeah, it's like, I was hoping nobody asked me, well, what would that be an example of? It's like, great question.
Anything they wanted?
Again, I haven't read the 500 pages yet, so. So anyway, we have gotten together as city departments and kind of brainstormed what some projects would be that potentially could use for this money, and we wanted to bring that to you. Please keep in mind that these values and these numbers that are on here are estimates; they're not final numbers. So we can start going through those one by one. The first one, and I've got several other people here today that are more experienced or expertise than me in each one of these projects. And so if you have questions about a specific project, we can have that person that knows more about it than me come up and answer any questions you might have.
So Jeff, I just want to be clear too. These are just suggestions that the cities come from. In the future, you've got what other projects would the council like to look at?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
These are not prioritized?
No, they're not. And there's about $22.9 million worth of projects here. So.
Don't get too attached to any of them, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
We're well
So,
exceeding our.
yeah, so
3.7.
it's just kind of a list for you guys to consider. The first one is the well number 2 replacement, and now that one was approved by council on February 3rd, and that is the $2 million price tag on that one.
That's a question.
I have a question
Okay.
specifically on that. So if I'm recalling your presentation accurately, Justin, because I asked, why would we have to use ARPA funds versus rate study? And you said because we have to do it much sooner than we thought. Is that
Yeah, that's correct. Justin Armstrong, Water Superintendent. So yeah, based on the rate study and the study period
farther
that
out.
we're in that goes up to 2024, we did not anticipate that this well would be contaminated, that we would have an emergency.
So it's not included in the rate study that currently applies in any way, shape, or form, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay? Hang on for a minute.
Well, I guess I have another, this is more of a probably a finance question. So we have the model where we borrow from fee-based rate study determined funds, and we apply it somewhere else, and then whatever department pays it back to the fee-based department from which the funds initially came. And so my question is there a way to apply that same model somehow? Now, I realize we're crossing a term limit line, so to speak, in 2024. So that may be the answer to the question. But is there a way, for example, since perhaps in the next rate study, you would have considered replacing well 2 regardless of the current contamination level. And so could this $2 million be included in the next rate study? And is there any mechanism through which then this $2 million could essentially then go back to ARPA funding? I'm guessing the answer is no, but I just want to explore that.
So I think what you're getting at is possibly taking a loan and then repayment back.
Yeah, whatever the correct, I'm sure that's probably not the right legal language, but we frequently essentially lend, within the city, we lend to ourselves and pay it back.
Yeah, and I think that was in one of Jeff's previous slides. I think that was
that,
something that was
I
identified
might have
we
missed
couldn't.
that we can't do that. Because it's
Yeah.
not really replenishing reserves. It's different than replenishing
When is the
reserves.
next rate study?
24.
24.
Yeah, it would become effective in FY '25.
And by when do we have to spend these?
26.
26. So I guess, do you understand what I'm trying to get at here? Can we borrow from our ARPA funds, which have to be expended by 26, and then can we replenish those ARPA funds in 25, beginning in 25?
We can look into that.
Let's see, we got an attorney that just got excited, got up from his chair here.
You got red.
So let's get an opinion
The
here.
short answer is no, because what you would be doing is possibly violating that restriction of using ARPA funds for something that's a loan or a bond or something like that. But also what you would be doing is crafting your rate study for a expense that you've already expended
Right,
on.
right.
And that makes me very uncomfortable.
Right, so I assumed it was no, but I thought, well, since we
Worth asking.
lend money to ourselves in other arenas, is there any potential
Yeah, but I
there?
think the caveat is the rate study, because if the project's already been done, we
Two
can't
slides
include-
back, it says you're not allowed to repay debt service or replenish financial reserves.
Right.
Right,
End of
right.
story.
And I don't know, in our accounting, I don't remember, I just don't recall whether the line item where we're repaying ourselves is called debt service or it's something else. Is it called debt service?
I don't know what exactly it's called, but that's.
But that's what it is, so then that answers the question. Okay,
I think you'd
thanks.
be getting into a pretty gray area there with
Yeah,
that. So,
okay,
yeah.
thanks.
The next item is aquifer recharge. So this was a study that was done.
That was actually done back in 2006, yeah.
And what this is to identify an area south of Pocatello where we could recharge some of our surface water rights into the ground and help to recharge our aquifer. We have seen some trends recently that our aquifer is declining somewhat, and this would help to be a global or a community-wide benefit that would help us to recharge the aquifer. That the price tag on that at the time was $6 million, so it probably would need to be refined up from that, but that's kind of where we got the placeholder at on that one, is at $6 million.
So we have data that shows we're mining our aquifer. Is that what I'm hearing?
We've
We're
got a
reducing
downward
it.
trend of, yes,
Okay.
of declining levels.
The next one is the Satterfield water line upgrade. We've got a section of water line or section of Satterfield Road that does not have a water line in it currently. And that would be to install that water line and then also to upgrade the water line for about a 2,000-foot section from Butte to the north end of Satterfield. That has a price tag of about $500,000.
Is that part of the duplicate services that we need, redundancy?
Yes, it's a redundancy in feed for the upper zone for that area, yes.
And as demand increases, then it would provide additional flow for that.
And that can't be put off and included in the next rate study?
I guess it depends on growth as well, so.
But it's allowable. I mean, it would be an allowable inclusion in the next rate study.
Yeah, our current facility plan shows for that stretch of line to be upgraded in 6 years, five or 6 years.
Okay.
Is kind of what our current plan shows, but like I say, depending on if additional flow is needed, then that may need to get bumped up.
Right. But it's not fixing an already occurring significant issue.
Currently, there's not an issue with fire flow or volume in that area,
Right.
but to support additional growth
Right.
and move
But,
beyond.
but it sounds like the rate study took that into account, the last one that was done, and you've meshed your plan with that, and really we're probably good 6 years out. Okay.
The next one is the airport lift station upgrades. That lift station out there is in need of some upgrades, about $1 million on that. There's also some, not on this list, but we could do about $500,000 worth of collection system line upgrades out there as well. So One of the other items that has been of interest to council has been a composting program. We've identified the cost of that to be about $3.5 million. We're currently in the process of doing our solids handling project out at WPC, which would be the first phase of that. It's not included in this $3.5 million. And so if that's something the council has interest in, then that's something that we could start working towards. We might have a little bit of a challenge on that, on getting that one implemented within the time frame that we need to, just because of we're currently working on the solids handling stuff, and that itself may take 2 years to get accomplished. So,
And Tom, this question for you, I think. As I recall that conversation, it came up around the need to reduce, or the desire to reduce, the amount going into the landfill because the cost of, apart from the environmental issues, because the cost of continuing to put what we were putting in the landfill was becoming much more expensive. Am I recalling that correctly?
Yeah, so we have two different possibilities for compost. This is focusing
WPC.
basically on WPC's portion. Yard waste and municipal waste, or however you want to call it.
Biosolids.
I got no good word to say about it, but whatever. Anyway, they have different chemistries.
Right.
This needs this and this
Right.
needs that. So it's hard to do a whole complete one. So we just focused on the WPC portion of it, not
just the biosolids.
Right.
Not the sanitation portion.
Okay, so
At some point, we would love to do a composted program with sanitation as well.
but I think I heard you say that you had to put a cap on your
Yard waste.
yard waste, and would this have an impact on,
Removing the cap.
it might not be exact, but at least there would be an overlap, and it might, pending trucks and all of that other stuff.
Yeah. I think long-term, I think we're going to want to look at a compost for sanitation as well.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know if that answered your question.
But this project is not a sanitation project. It's
No,
a WPC project.
I understand, but
So they're totally separate.
the last time composting came
It's
up,
integrated.
it was
It's
in
not.
the, it
Not
was,
what WPC's talking about. It's not integrated.
Nothing.
They're talking about the biosolids
separate.
at the WPC plant.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
this isn't,
Oh,
that's
oh,
what
oh.
it confuses,
Separate.
that was
Oh, oh, all
confusing to
right,
me,
okay,
because
all right.
I thought we
But-
were just talking about Levi's deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we did talk about doing composting out in on the land that is,
Yeah, there was some talk a
Yeah.
while back about having
Okay.
two separate sites
Right.
and maybe house them at WPC and have a
right, because there's
yard
land
waste
out
and
there.
a
that-
biosolids.
Yep.
And so we're just
Okay,
talking
all right.
biosolids.
Okay,
Okay, the next one is Dollarstone Repair. So this is the area up there behind Gold's Gym. We found out, well, that we're aware of it, but there's a kind of a landfill area in that area. And we've been experiencing some settlement in the road up in that area. It's impacted our water and our sewer. Oh, no, water lines, we haven't had any issues, but we've had to come in and replace some sewer lines, and we've had to come in there and do some work on the roads and stuff like that. And so in order to resolve that or mitigate that, we're estimating we need about another $1.5 million to take care of that.
And is that in Pocatello,
Yeah.
not in Chubbuck?
It's in Pocatello.
Okay, thank
That
you.
impacted any of the homes up there?
There's several homes up there that have had to replace driveways and sidewalks multiple times, and yeah,
And you said this is resulting from an old landfill?
correct. Yeah. The majority of it was taken out when at least in the roadway area, when that road was approved. They worked with the EQ and everything, but there is still some under there that's degrading. So.
That's me.
Yep.
It is.
The next one is the city fuel site. I know you guys have heard about this a few different times, and you probably are thinking, wait, I thought we had this resolved.
Yeah.
As we were talking about this a little bit, the way that we currently have it funded is that the street department will pay for the fuel site and build it, And then as all the other departments use that fuel site, there will be like a surcharge or a tax on there that will pay the street department back. If you guys are interested, this would be an appropriate use of funds to pay for this with the ARPA funds and then not have to utilize the reserves out of the street department.
Well, you wouldn't be charging the
And then we
tax
would-
fund
right.
thing, so it would be a direct impact on the taxes as well. if
Right.
you did that.
Exactly. Okay. South Fifth sewer improvements. Thanks, Tom. South Fifth sewer improvements. So in the last water study that was done, it was identified that the nitrates, the highest priority for the nitrates was from the South Fifth area. And so what we've done is we've gone through and we've designed or preliminary designed some projects that would include a couple of different sewer lines and then also some inspection and cleaning and rehab on some of the trailer parks and stuff that are out there to figure out if they're leaking or if they're contributing nitrates to the groundwater. The estimate on this one is about $1.5 million. One of the challenges with this project is that a lot of these improvements would be being made outside the city limits. And so that would be one of the challenges that we'd have to work through and figure out if we could get the county to participate in that with us, or if we're just.
County has their own big chunk of money,
They do.
so there's no reason for the city to be
Well, but it is
paying for that.
impacting our groundwater.
Well, I
So,
understand that,
yeah.
but I understand that, but it's still part of their responsibility.
Right.
As the county, and it's their land, so legally, it's still part of their responsibility, so.
Could funds be commingled between two different jurisdictions to accomplish a project?
I believe so. Yeah.
So that number could be half because the county does 750,000 as well.
Yeah.
To help. Okay.
If they would agree
If
to
they
that.
chose to, yeah.
So are you talking, is anybody talking with?
So we've had a couple different meetings with the county. Most recently, the topic of that conversation was more about what to do with the gap, between Pocatello and income and trying to figure that out.
Why are we-
But
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, I just think it's funny that they want to talk about that when we really need to be talking about this.
yeah. And we have had some of these specific conversations with one of the commissioners, but not with the commissioner, the whole commission. And so that's something that will be coming up in a future meeting.
So have we determined the pollution at the well in, that we
Well
have to
two?
replace, well two? Have we determined if it's being polluted by nitrates for human or animal? Because, there is an easy way to distinguish human and animal causes. And I think there are animal sources out there and there are human sources. And it'd be real important to determine if, before we even really get onto this stuff, if we're really being impacted by those nitrates at that well.
Hannah, didn't we look at that and we can determine whether it's fertilizer or
Yeah. Hannah Sanger, Science and Environment Administrator. Unfortunately, we can't determine human versus animal, so we can do
That's not what I'm told by other water experts.
with nitrates, you can't. Like with cholera and stuff like that, you can't.
Okay, but I thought we were
Or coliform, sorry.
an increase in nitrates there.
Yeah.
And and we can determine whether they're human or animal.
You can do nitrate isotope and you can find out whether it is fertilizer or atmospheric or some sort of manure septic, but the difference between manure and septic is not, there's just not a strong signal there. So what you can use is you can use antibiotics. So so you can trace antibiotics through the system. So we could look at, oh, does well 2 have, we all flush water softeners down our systems, and does it have that? But we know well 2 is being influenced by humans. I mean, we've seen that in the past, and so we would just be ruling.
It didn't spike like this in the past.
We would just be ruling, we can't tell amount, we just get like a presence absence. So the only way you can show for a presence absence of animals is to look for antibiotics, which works really well when you have a feedlot and they're getting a lot of antibiotics. We don't have a feedlot nearby there, so we don't have a source of animal antibiotics. So we know there's some sewer. Is there some animal? We don't know, and we have not. There's not a particular antibiotic that we could test for.
So we still don't know.
No.
That spike in well 2 is from these South Fifth septics.
No.
We don't know that for a fact. There could be another source.
Could be another source, yes.
Chris.
Well, but thank you for asking that question because, and you as well, Claudia, because that was part of my question. But, so I understand the trailer park situation because that's a fairly condensed area, and I'm assuming that you can figure out if they're on septic, then it's pretty clear and they're right there. But we have do we have a current ordinance where we could require them to hook up to it? Or does this cost include us paying for the hookup, so the owner is off the hook?
So we've got our sanitary sewer regulations, and they talk about, which one was it? So repairs or extension of private sewers, and then they talk about the level of care that the private sewer systems have to maintain. I plan to get with Jared probably over the next week or so and talk about those exact issues, about what kind of teeth we have to really make those people maintain their systems, clean their systems, and connect onto their systems. And so I'm going to get with Jared and we'll have that conversation.
And we know that there is nitrate pollution coming from one or both of the trailer parks that are on.
We don't know that for sure. I mean, they're sewered, but we don't know what kind of condition their sewer systems are in at this point.
Okay, so commit saying, okay, all right. So basically, this is a pending further investigation recommendation or potential.
Right.
Because we don't know that we necessarily have an issue there.
Well, like I say, we're going off of the recommendation of the last water study that we had done, and that identified that they felt like a lot of that area was coming from that area. There are some areas of septic tanks in that area as well.
Right.
On Piedmont and Katzlamides and things like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So
DEQ also said this is an area, the highest area of concern the city of Pocatello has in protecting the groundwater. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
Claudia had a question.
So, and I guess this is from, since you're sitting there, Merrill, the other night at the last meeting when, I don't know, I can't remember what the agenda item was, and it was something about, it was an exception to.
The 2.5 acre rule.
Exactly, it's something about the septic. I thought that you said something about there's caveats where once sewer is extended, that then
Within
people
300
are
feet.
people
Yes.
are required to connect.
That is correct.
So is that a situation that's already occurred down there? How far?
That's within 300 feet if you are in the city limits. And
limits.
the
These are in the
issue
county.
is they're in the county.
But my question is are they within 300? Are they within 300 feet?
Working with Skylar too, we've identified on Piedmont and Castlematis and such that no, they are not within the 300 feet. This would be able to reach out and extend the mains so they were within 300 feet on those roads out there and those developments and the two that we have identified there. Also, the trailer parks are all on sewer currently.
Oh, okay.
There's 6 of them that are identified in this,
How many
So
of those
that-
are in the city limits?
4 of them.
So then the real issue, if I'm following, is we can do this, but we can't make anybody, once we bring it to within 300 feet, because they're in the county, we can't make them connect, right?
No, we can't, but that's why we've been in conversation and started those conversations with the county, as Jeff has mentioned.
Okay. Okay, I just
So-
want to
so
make
that
sure I
they-
was following
So that they can
along.
make their ordinance match what we needed to help us work on that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Jerry. This kind of reflects back to the conversation we had a few weeks ago about area of impact. And if my memory serves, you were going to look into that a bit so that we had some clarity around our capacity within area of impact.
I don't remember that conversation. You'll
We-
have to.
Roger
refresh.
brought it
Roger
up.
brought it up.
Because I found it when I was going through the statutes in the state. It allows the cities to declare an area of impact beyond its boundaries.
And we have that.
And I'm wondering if we don't have that. And I think this is one of those issues that could be considered to be impacting us negatively.
We certainly have an area of city impact, but that's a guideline for planning and other things like this. It's not something that allows us to enforce our ordinances outside of our city limits.
Well, but I'm not a lawyer, but when I read it, it seemed to me that it was put in there to help mitigate negative impacts on cities by
It absolutely is.
pre-existing conditions.
It absolutely is, and that's why it's a guiding document for that development, so that we assume that those areas of city impact may eventually annex into the city, and so we try to plan in advance for that, but we still do not have actual ordinance jurisdiction over those areas.
I think we need to look into it, because the way I read it was that it was pre-existing conditions. It wasn't something that comes along afterwards. It was that you have a right. In other words, we would have a right to say that, a cattle yard or something like that, if it was leaching into our field by now, and it went in the last few years, and the county thought it was fine, we could still say no. I'd have to look at it again, but it's just something I ran across.
If there were agreements within that area of city impact agreement, then certainly we would have that ability. But typically what that allows us to do is have the ability to be notified of those things, to comment on those things, but does not give us actual jurisdiction.
So as I recall the conversation we had after Roger asked this question the last time, we were going to look and see whether or not anywhere in Idaho, to see how that has been applied, if it has been applied, and if there is any, adjudicated guidance around what that actually means. And from this conversation, I'm gathering that we're not there yet, but it makes this conversation that we're currently having rather difficult for me, because I don't know, lots of laws are written, but they're not really defined until they've been, challenged or adjudicated or something. And so I think it's this, for some of these, like this particular item, I think it's important for me, certainly, to have real clarity on what, if any, potential is there.
Yeah, I can certainly look into it. I can tell you this issue came up in a different context recently in the state when we were talking about the pandemic and the ability to enforce ordinances within 5 miles of city
Right.
boundaries. And that was clearly unconstitutional and has been since taken off the books because, those sovereignties and those jurisdictional
Right.
lines are
And that
very
makes
clear.
perfect sense to me, but groundwater is kind of different because it doesn't respect, knows nothing about city limits.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. The next 4 items, John, could you come up and speak on those for us?
Hi, Mayor Blatt, council members, John Banks, Parks and Recreation Director. The first item is the slide-in tower, pretty straightforward there. We currently have a amenity that is not functional, so I will say that I do have a partnership meeting scheduled in mid-April to talk with a potential partner and, keep your fingers crossed, but that's a fairly straightforward project. The roofs at Ross Park, so we're in our, I believe, 23rd season out at the Ross Park Aquatic Complex, and those roofs are kind of reaching their end of their useful lifespan. We've got a lot of leaking going on that's leaking on pool operational equipment and other things in both the main building and the mechanical building. Brooklyn's playground, that's specifically in regards to the poured-in-place rubberized surfacing, which typically will have a 10 to 15-year lifespan, depending on the climate that you're in. Idaho, with the extremes in temperatures, is harder on that type of surfacing, and it tends to reach the end of its useful lifespan sooner, and that's what we have here out at Brooklands. The equipment itself is in very good shape, and the park remains kind of our crown jewel of our park system, but the poured-in-place rubberized surfacing is fading on us and is going to be in need of replacement. The park staff and I would advocate for maybe something that still meets all of the universal use and ADA requirements, but is something other than poured-in-place rubberized surfacing that might provide us a longer lifespan the next time around.
I'm sorry, you're saying poured in place?
Poured in place.
Rubber,
correct.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to, I couldn't really hear exactly what the.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't remember when that park went in, but that's a short lifespan.
Yeah, it's about, we're coming up on 10, 11 years. Yeah, the climate is hard on that. Another thing is we don't have shade over it. It's an expansive area. Shade covers would be significantly expensive for that area. But those are the two factors. If figuring maybe in a warmer climate, if it was shaded, you'd get closer to that 15-year lifespan.
But that's still really, 15 years for something that expensive is
Yeah.
not something I'd do in my driveway.
Sure. And depending on use, maybe you end up with more. It's kind of playground specific,
Right.
but this is a very popular playground. And then the lost revenue, that was a simple calculation from two period 13 budget reports from fiscal 19 to fiscal 20, which was the first year of COVID impact. And I want to say the exact figure was $454,000. From what I understand, these figures would need to be run through some type of ARPA program calculation, so maybe it doesn't end up being the 450, but that's just kind of the nuts and bolts of period 13 fiscal 19 versus 20.
So the last budget round, when we talked about maybe at least setting aside something toward the slide, you were very clear about the fact, no, wait, let me, look for a partner, and obviously you've done that. But if this particular partner that you're talking with isn't able to donate the entire 450, have you changed your perspective on how viable it's going to be to get a community partner to replace the slide and tower?
No, I haven't. I think that particular project provides the most return on investment of any of our projects in the park system because of the popularity. I'm still optimistic about that. I think that the timing of these funds, if council so chose to kind of allocate whatever sum of money towards this project, if the partnership were to come through with the, 24, we have to have them encumbered and use them by 26. Yeah, that time frame would still work. We could, I guess, pull out of the need for that should it come to fruition.
And the lost revenue is, I'm assuming it's largely from our sports programs and
Well,
our
sports and-
classes
and everything. It was,
classes, anything that people pay
Yeah.
Well,
to do.
the one thing we got when we had more detailed financials, we had a number of refunds in there, and it was all due to cancellations based on the Parks Department.
There was also, it really was a numbers game, to be honest, when you have a Ross Park Aquatic Complex facility that, might be drawing 1,000 on any given, hot, busy, sunny summer day. We were capping it at 150 because of COVID restrictions. So it's just a summer of that and the impacts, and that's just one instance. So that kind of
Right.
broadcasted.
So
throughout
this
the
is like
department.
lost net revenue because you still have to pay, you still have to have a lifeguard, whether you have 150 people or however many. I mean, am I understanding that? So that's part of the calculation here.
Well-
It's not that we couldn't do indoor volleyball, so we didn't have indoor volleyball, so therefore we didn't have, referees and coaches and yada, yada. Because sometimes when you eliminate a program, you also eliminate the expenses. So it's lost revenue, but what I think I hear you saying is at least in some cases, we had lost revenue, but we did not have reduced expenses as a result of that lost revenue.
In some cases,
In
but
some.
we were able to mitigate that quite a bit, like a fun run, for instance. If
Right.
we normally would have, 750 to 1,000 and we cap it at 100, well, that's 700 shirts we don't have to buy and other things. So we were able to mitigate the expense side of the ledger significantly to ease the pain of this and just about matched it.
Right.
But this is strictly the revenue side of the ledger.
Okay, so it's not a net,
Not
it's
expense,
just a,
yeah.
okay, thanks.
John, I'm looking at the slide thing. That 450, it seems like that number was a year ago, maybe even two.
On the slide?
The slide.
Yeah. We have it in our,
600,000 in our budget.
we have it in our partnerships brochure. I want to say it was 500,000. So
Okay, and is that to not just, does that include taking down the one that's
it
currently
would
there?
include everything, yeah.
Okay,
But
okay.
What happened so I currently have a partnership proposal that has been out and delivered to a potential partner for the splash pad project. And the due diligence that we did prior to kind of COVID hitting and its impacts on the market, I had to go out and get revised cost estimates, and they were up fairly substantially.
Well, and that's why I'm asking,
Yeah.
because it seems like this number was a year old, and I know the cost of everything has gone up.
It is.
So I was just,
I think that it's a safe bet that number has gone up as well.
I was saying, I think last year during the budget development, that you listed around 600,000.
Yeah, I can't recall. It was,
I don't remember
yeah,
that.
You talked from.
5 to
start finish,
600,000, yeah. It would, we'd have to have it designed and bid before we can really nail that down.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. So the next one is repaving of city parking lots. We've identified several parking lots throughout the city that are in dire need of either being repaved or treated. One of these in particular is City Hall. We've been scabbing City Hall parking lot along for a long time, and it's one of them that needs to be repaved. NOP is another one, the rec center, and then some of the roads out of the cemetery, as well as some upgrade and some maintenance on the existing greenways.
So would this repaving be like you do streets? You mill it down? You don't just cover up the defects?
So I'll let the expert here talk about that.
You know what I'm saying is, because we've done gravel, I think, out here and some things like that. So how do we get rid of the real structural problems in our parking lot?
So when this came up, I'm a nerd for asphalt, so I'm nosy. I look at people's parking lots, So I think it could be kind of a holistic look at the citywide, like Ross Park swimming pool has a really good parking lot, but it probably needs a seal coat or it's not gonna be very good in a while. Whereas like the rec center would probably need an overlay, which is just, come in and put a small layer on top. City Hall would be a pretty expansive endeavor because it's really flat out there. And so we would have to put in some artificial
elevation to make it drain to certain locations and then treat our water. So it's kind of a mix of a lot of different treatment options.
And you could do all of those?
Nope, we could get a good
For a million?
start on them, correct.
Yeah, I was gonna say $1 million doesn't seem
I don't
like
think it'd be
enough.
this way.
Yeah.
So since presumably the condition of the parking lots wasn't COVID-related, how would you have, and they're going to deteriorate regardless of whether we have funds from outside or not, so how would you have handled this if there were no ARPA funds as a potential?
Unfortunately, it's a Parks Department asset, so it would have been a Parks Department budget ask, a tax ask.
All parking lots all over the city?
The ones we're referring to.
Okay,
The
right,
parks
because
ones,
Nope and Ross,
Yeah, I'm
right.
just using them as an example,
But
like
City Hall, is City Hall a parks?
City Hall is
asset?
the City Hall Department building, so it
Right.
would, each department would have to come before you folks and ask for that money. So I
Okay.
was just using parks as an example.
Okay, and and City Hall has its own
The
department?
building department maintains
Okay,
City Hall.
okay.
We've done a good job of gluing it together. And regardless, we're probably in another year or two, we're gonna have to put another glue on it
Right.
if we don't figure out another way.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
The next one is stormwater. So we've identified several stormwater projects that could be funded. The Day Street Drainage Project, Centennial Park, CIPP for some of our culverts, and also some work on the Center Street underpass. Sidewalks, that one was about $2 million, and then we put $1 million in here for sidewalks. There's several areas throughout town where we don't have sidewalks, or we've got really dilapidated sidewalks. And I think the focus on this would primarily be areas where there's really not a private owner. It's more, kind of like along here when you're walking along Yellowstone there by Uncle Jim's, there's no sidewalk there. And as you're going down Oak Street, people are walking in the gravel, and try to really identify those areas where we can provide connectivity and implement those sidewalk projects into that.
So I have a question. So say we do that, say we do run some sidewalk on a street that has no sidewalk. And then is the expectation then that the property owners assume responsibility for that? Or how will that work?
So that's always kind of been the challenge when and we've dealt with this with legal a little bit. If you come put a sidewalk in front of somebody's house, they say, no, I don't want responsibility for that. I didn't put it there. But our code requires that they are responsible to maintain that sidewalk. And so, yes, it would become the responsibility of the homeowner.
Okay.
Well, and I think like this is a major thoroughfare here, and people tend to walk along those thoroughfares, and either Clark or Center Street needs to be considered that way too, because it's probably connectivity east and west. Probably, so.
Johnny Creek has ankle-breaking gutters in the dirt on both sides.
Yeah, so, I can see,
I've said this before, when I was young and naive and full of vigor, I dove into sidewalks, and then I just
got out.
Because there's so many possibilities of how it can go, and how it could go great, but can go bad, and it's just a tricky one.
But there are some areas in
There
our
are.
community that we feel like need to be addressed, and having that pot of money would help us at least get started on that project.
I think we have some in CDBG and some stuff like that too, in the street.
We do. We've got some money coming from PRT, and then the CDBG funds for match, and so there's some other stuff coming.
So,
Are there grants out there for sidewalks anywhere?
No, Christine King and Merrill are probably the ones to ask. I am not into the sidewalk.
There is, that's where Center Street and our Clark Street that
Right.
you'll see next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, there are grant possibilities. So I guess to clarify my question, ARPA funds setting aside the fact that I know there's CDBG, et cetera, but there are other potential funding sources for these sidewalks other than ARPA funds
Potentially.
and what we already have.
But
Okay.
it's limited.
Yeah, and they come with conditions, so they're hard to get to fit that conditions.
Like what kind of conditions would be hard to fit? Like they have to be,
Some of the bus stops trying to get to there, 5310, but I'm sorry.
So if you're not in very close proximity
Yeah.
to a bus stop, you can't use that grant to create sidewalks.
Okay.
Unless it leads to the bus stop.
Okay.
So stuff like that.
Some of
Okay.
them have to be in low to moderate income areas and.
so there aren't more general grants like there are for stormwater for pedestrian traffic. Okay.
Okay, the next one is electric vehicles. So we've been talking to our lobbyist, and there's some infrastructure money out there available for electric charging stations that we're gonna talk to him about and pursue. And if we can get some of those charging stations implemented, then it might be a good time for us to start looking at getting some electric vehicles to implement into our fleet. And so we've designated about $250,000 there for the purchase of electric vehicles to add to the fleet.
This does not include the charging stations.
Correct.
Vehicles only.
This is about 6 vehicles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we talked the other day, we're kind of in the chicken and the egg right now. If we want to go down the road of having electric vehicles, like as a motor pool for City Hall, you got to have the charger to get the vehicle, but you got to have the vehicle to get the charger. And we really don't have enough for either. So, you know, and so we've got infrastructure money that could potentially be used to put slow chargers at City Hall for staff vehicles. And then maybe this money could be used to buy the vehicles. So it just depends on if we want to go down the road of electric vehicle or not. That's kind of a.
Do we have some charging stations out at the
Walmart.
transit
Oh.
place?
No.
I thought I saw.
City doesn't have any, right? They're
You got
they're
some at
Walmart
You got
and,
the charging station
At
up
the
at the,
Clarion.
well, the old Clarion.
Right.
And
And Walmart.
Walmart, and I think that's,
The
There might
tough
be
part
another
with
one.
electric charging stations, sorry, Mayor, the overnight charging stations are fairly reasonably
the
cost.
fast charge that are,
The fast charge are 6 figures, and that's the tough ones. Because if you want to pull people off the interstate to charge their vehicles, they don't want to sit for 8 hours. They want to be done.
But they're going to pay for that privilege.
Right. And with that, there's also all these spacing requirements that they don't want a whole bunch of electric vehicles at one exit. They want them spread out. So it's a little complicated.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is street sweepers. So our sweepers are pretty old.
Pretty old.
And we've identified about $700,000 to upgrade that fleet. It's one of the best ways that we have to treat stormwater is through sweeping of our streets. And so that would provide some new street sweepers for
How
us.
many?
We currently have 4, so we would replace probably 3 of those if we
For
could.
$700,000?
They're $300,000 apiece, so.
That doesn't come out to 700,000.
So 2.5.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll trade the old ones in.
Yeah, because there is trade-in values, and so we were hoping that we could try and sneak 3 in for 700. but-
So back to my original question when I jumped 2 pages ahead. Where's Johnny? We had talked about setting aside some ARPA money to deal with the Johnny Creek sewering situation. So where's that?
So I think our current estimate on Johnny Creek, we're at 12 million. Is that right, Skylar? So we're about a $12 million ask on Johnny Creek. And where that is at right now is that in order to do an LID study, we need to have a CFO in order to get that on board. And so
but we
really,
have until 26. No, when do we have to encumber these funds?
to that encumbered by 24.
By the end of the.
And so you would have to have,
calendar
you'd
year.
have to have the LID study done, you'd have to have the design done, you'd have to have the bidding done, you'd have to, have a contract in place. I think trying to get it done and encumbered by 24, I think would be difficult.
Couldn't we, for the LID, contract somebody to do it instead of a CFO? Looks like we could, I mean, it's just like a grant where you put an administrator over it.
We could, yeah, we could hire somebody who's very proficient in doing LIDs.
There's probably a lot of people around who have done have some awareness of LIDs and could help us in that regard.
So it was my understanding, but I would like to clarify, that the study that was done some time ago is not what they call, you know what this means, I don't, that it's not an engineered study. So it's not something you can put a shovel in the ground.
Which study are you talking about?
The Johnny Creek.
Oh, the preliminary engineering
Yeah,
report?
yeah.
Right.
Right. So it was my understanding that part of the last rate study included money to do the necessary engineered study for Johnny Creek. Could you clarify if that's true or not true? Because we could at least if it's not, then it appears that that might be something that we could do that would at least, that would be more finite than and be able to be isolated as a piece of a larger puzzle.
So I don't have my rate study with me right now, but there are no funds specifically dedicated and designated for Johnny Creek in the rate study.
Well, I remember Heidi asking the question and getting the reply that there were.
Okay. There are funds that are designated for construction contingency projects. So if this is a project that the council feels like is important and they want to utilize those funds for, then those funds are going in there each year and could be used for that particular object, but it is not specifically designated to Johnny Creek.
So I guess the larger, which I understand is not what we're discussing now, except we sort of are, is what is, well, there isn't. What is the process which would result in some kind of a clear, actionable plan, not only for Johnny Creek, but for other areas within the city limits that cannot currently hook up to a sewer main line, whether they want to or not?
Right. So we are actually working on a study to determine we're trying to figure out where all those areas are at, our GIS department, and I think Skylar's been pretty involved in that as far as figuring out what pockets of town we have that don't have sewer. Do you want to expand on that?
Sure. Skylar Allen, Utilities Engineer. So following on conversations previously about the concern of nitrate on South Fifth, that is where we started, and this work that I'm speaking of has been done internally with city staff. So we have looked at South Fifth and some of the projects that were mentioned earlier along South Fifth, looking at areas that could potentially be connected to the sewer system to replace septic systems. And then we have extended that look on into town, and we're continuing that, looking at the different areas where we can identify that there are, neighborhoods that for whatever reason have never connected to the sewer system, but could be with some infrastructure being installed there. So we're continuing that look, and we'll continue to do that. Stepping back to Johnny Creek, we did the same thing on the Johnny Creek area, and we have continued off of the preliminary engineering report that was prepared, I think it was 2013 or so. Yeah. And that work we have continued. We now have a preliminary plan that's about a 90% construction plans for what we would kind of think of as phase one of that project, which would extend sewer up along Johnny Creek Road. And then that would put in place the possibility of connecting from all of the neighborhoods to the side. And we've looked at those neighborhoods and started some concepts of how we would do that. Some of them we can do through gravity, others would require some pumping, and we've done some exploration of some different options of how to do that. There are some non-conventional collection methods that we don't currently utilize at Pocatello that we are trying to explore, but those have some challenges that we would have to address, both in the way possibly the way we collect user rates from people and the way we operate and maintain the system. There's low pressure sewer systems that basically you have a distributed pumping system, so each home would have their own, or a small group of homes would have their own small pump station that feeds into a common pressure line. You can go to a smaller pressure line and smaller pumps then, but there are some challenges on the maintenance side and deciding who's responsible for which parts of that system would be an issue.
And have you looked at effluent systems? They use those a lot along the coast in Washington where you can't do a typical septic. And the sewer handles effluent only. And then solids, it's not a grinder system, but then solids, then the homeowner would essentially still have to pump solids out of the tank, but effluent.
Sure, and that type of a system that you're referring to is called a step system, I believe is what you're referencing.
Okay.
It's a septic tank effluent pump, and essentially you would replace the septic tank drain field at the end of your septic tank with a pump that then would discharge that liquid
Right.
to the sewer system. And that is what we're considering as a possibility there.
Okay.
There's a lot of cost involved regardless of which option we go with.
Right.
And that's where we get back to that total estimate that we're at right now is about $12 million. And we have not identified whose responsibility, which piece of that pie of money is. Some of that could potentially be borne by the homeowners through the LID. Some of that may be funded by the city. We're also continuing looking at other funding opportunities if those arise. But we have continued that exploration to that point.
So if you were going to, sorry.
Then we'll bounce back.
Yep, that's fine.
So I think if we, the next slide I know says what projects would you like to provide research and provide estimates for? We could sit here for a week without moving, talking about the cost of these, the importance of which projects, and every other project that we wish we could spend $10 million on. So my question is, what would be the best process for council, and this can be a question for mayor or a question for you, Jeff, what would be the best process for us to come together to create these are the projects we've identified, here's roughly the ones we want to focus on, let's move to step 2 of formal bidding and price estimates and further research for those that we're interested in?
That's a great question. If you guys want, we can put together what we feel like is the highest priority, and we can provide a list to you and say, hey, this is where we think we should shoot, and try to make it fit within that $10.7 million price tag that we have, and then you guys can maybe come back with some feedback on it and say, no, I really disagree with this one, or.
When will the?
So I think that what would make some sense to me is this right here is just a list that came from staff. We told council that we would have an opportunity to weigh in on this, and Johnny Crick was one of them that we figured the council would weigh in on. Why don't we do something to the effect of council, give us some thought over the next week or so, put a list together at another study session. We will combine all of these lists and have another discussion to see which ones we would really like them to focus on, because there's quite a bit of work to do and an expense, but we've also, time is of the essence. 2024, December 31, 2024 is going to be here tomorrow, and we need to have something, and this is kind of our first meeting that we've been trying to get so that we can have some input, and so maybe we do that, and then we've got Chris and then Roger before we.
When will estimate, I understand, when do you believe that your identification of all the areas in town that are still on septics could reasonably be complete?
Skylar Allen, Utilities Engineer. It's a little difficult for me to answer that specifically because I don't know how many there are at this point. We're still trying to identify where those locations are that we have people that are not connected to the sewer system.
It'll probably be an ongoing process.
And so far I've taken that stepwise. We started at South Fifth. Now we're moving into other areas that have been identified previously, and just coming up with a concept of what it would take to add sewer there. So from South Fifth, we've looked at Tech Farm, we're looking at Craft Road, we're looking at the upper end of City Creek.
Right.
There are several others. areas that are adjoining the city where simple line extensions could happen, Trail Creek, Barton Road. There's almost an endless number of possibilities.
Because my concern is that, I mean, I'm very aware of Johnny Creek, but I live there and I have friends who pump annually simply to prevent duck ponds in their backyards. But I believe that this is you've confirmed that it's a citywide issue, and I have as much compassion for the property owners in the other areas of town who are facing similar issues, don't have room for a second septic, et cetera, et cetera. I have as much compassion for them as I do for the people who live in my neighborhood, and I'm just concerned that if we have, if we're talking about parking lots versus areas in town that, where property owners are facing pretty stiff situations, it's hard for me. I don't know what the proportion. It's difficult to think about it when you have no idea what the size of the problem might be.
Sure. Roger?
I think we ought to begin with the capital expenditure thing that we had last year when we came out of budget, 82 things on it, and we ought to start ranking that. And I think, for example, what I would use as some of the criteria is the impact to our city if we don't do it. Because some of the places that we may be getting nitrates from aren't as critical perhaps as Johnny Creek if that whole neighborhood goes down because people can't replace their septic tanks. That's another factor that I think has to be brought in, because if we have 20 of the 206 homes that cannot put in things and people move out of those houses, that makes that whole neighborhood implode, and it goes far beyond the sewered and unsewered houses up there, because eventually some of the sewered houses will be living next to the septic tank houses, and they say, this is a nightmare, and my property value's dropped. And I'm just trying to get ahead of the curve on that. So I think we gotta say, how will this in 50 years perhaps be an impact to us? Because the nitrate level on South Fifth may have been the same 50 years ago as it is now. I don't know that. But if we don't have homes that can put in the second and third septic tanks in Johnny Creek or elsewhere, we're looking for an implosion of the values in those neighborhoods. So I would start with our budget, what we came up with, the list. We need to rank that, and most of these things were on it.
Yeah, and the Johnny Creek LID study was one of those that was on that list.
Yeah.
Rick and then Linda.
I'd like to ask Levi, we're talking about these additional properties being brought on schedule. Levi, we don't know how many there are, but do you anticipate any catastrophic impact on your operation at the other end of the pipeline?
Levi Adams, WPC Superintendent. I don't think there's that many homes out there that's going to be a significant upgrade any more than the new subdivisions that are being brought on right now.
Johnny Creek's 225, give or take. I don't know about it.
And if we run a line up Johnny Creek, that doesn't mean 225 homes are going to be on it. You don't have to connect to those sewer lines. What we can do, as far as if we run the line, we can not allow them to fix their septic tank and make them connect.
When it fails.
But if their septic tank doesn't fail, and then they don't have to connect.
Right.
So we could run it up there, we could run that line and spend $12.5 million to do this, and 3 homes connect. So we have to look at it that way too. We don't have the stick to say, just because we run the line, you have to connect. That's not there. We could just have them.
But it becomes the alternative. I've known within the last few years, probably 5 homes up there that had to replace or redo their septic system, had to upgrade it. And if we had something in place, and the other thing we might be missing the infrastructure opportunity, I don't know.
Well, we're also talking to our lobbyist about this.
Because most of the time you gotta have something fairly shovel ready. I know we missed the last iteration of some of that stimulus for things like this because we didn't have something shovel ready in a couple of places. We did have one, I think, project, but, so we gotta be anticipating that there are things coming, and we gotta be looking holistically at our city, what our needs are, and what they will be in the future, and how do we not put all of the burden on all the residents here?
Linda?
Just thinking about Josh's question, and I was thinking about the same thing, what our process would be to move forward. I would like a combination of lists. I definitely would like your recommendations, staff's recommendations. You've given us a great list here to start thinking about, but maybe more prioritization of, what on that list you think is important. Just while we're sitting here, I've been looking at this list, kind of making little marks and adding up mentally which things I would like to see and sort of where that comes to in terms of the 10.7. So I would also like the council and the mayor to all make our lists too. And I think this is what you were suggesting, Mayor, like take their list and all of our lists and put those together and see where that lands, and then have a discussion from there and start narrowing it down. But I would like to get more feedback from you guys, as well as the opportunity, to think about what I'd like to see on
No,
this.
that's a great idea.
I'd like to have the capital improvements list, those projects, because presumably if they were important,
To stay.
for this year's budget, they were important. If not, I'm going to be asking some questions.
Why don't I do this then? We've got this list right here. Council, you've got it right now. If you just kind of hold on to it, I will dig up that capital improvement list that you're mentioning from last year, that the department had sat down and said, these are what's important. And then I will get them sent to you, and then we will give it a little bit of time, and we will get another meeting put together and kind of go over it and see if we can't mesh them and come up with a priority using staff's priority and council priority. I've got Josh and then Chris.
Yeah, one last question. Jeff, would you prefer for things that maybe aren't or have not been included yet on these lists? For example, I have an interest in maybe like broadband investment. Would you prefer that we wait for the next study session to bring that up? Or could we email you and say, would you just include this on your list, in this composite list you are making?
Or can you add that to your list?
Why don't you add that to
Add that to
your
my list, which will be
and
brought
then-
to the next study
yeah,
session?
well,
Okay.
I would
Okay.
say the next study
Or
session, but
The
next
future
Give us the
study
time to
session we
get
do.
some
The next
stuff
study
together
session
the
where we do
next
this.
time we
Okay,
can get
all right. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Roger.
One process thought would be if we had a central collection point for council input, so that then we have the staff list, we have the budget list, and we have a composite council list, rather than having 6 or 7 different
So if
individual.
council will just send all of your lists
To
that you're
one-
thinking of to Ann, Ann will put all of the lists together on a big piece of paper. It'll probably be big as that.
Well, no, but
Thing there.
just like this chart, just
Yeah.
do a chart of council, so that we're not trying to sort through 7 different individual lists.
Exactly that's what we would do. That would
Okay.
be crazy to have a whole bunch of different lists.
Right, so
We'll
Ann
try to
would-
put them, Ann would be,
Okay.
anything the council sends needs to go through Ann.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you see a list, don't reply all, don't send it back and forth to each other. Just send it to Ann. Ann will put
Make
the
the
list
composite.
together, and she will send it all out at this. No,
Right.
she won't send it all out at the same time. It doesn't look like. You'll get them at a study
Future
session,
study
all
session.
at the same time. Whatever we need to legally do to make it so
Right.
everybody can have that list.
Pending legal department review.
Right. Pending legal department
I have
review.
one last question for Jared. Jared, so currently, if a new house is built, we require that it be, unless it gets a septic exception, we require that it hook up to sewer. Yeah? If they're within 300 feet. And essentially then, the homeowner, the developer passes that cost on to the homeowner. So I buy the house, and in the price I pay is whatever the hookup, 17, whatever it was for the hookup. So kind of following that model, but shifting perspective slightly, would it be legally possible, whether we want to or not, would it be legally possible to do something like when the home is sold, it would probably take an ordinance or an ordinance amendment or something, but when a house is sold, goes to a new owner, that in one of these areas, unless they have just put in, within 5 years or whatever the right number would be, a new septic system, et cetera, that hookup fee would be automatically attached to that property under new ownership. And then could there be something that would, it could be spread out, for example, over 5 years, if it's $17,000. I don't know what current hookup is, but is something like that legally possible? Whether we want to or not, are there legal impediments to thinking that way?
Yes and no. I mean, you'd have to be really careful on the conditions that you put in there. You'd have to be really careful on charging a fee for a service that may or may not be attainable.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, we can get creative with it within bounds of the law, but that's a really hard question because there's just so many variables that we would have to.
Right, because I'm thinking about, Levi's point, whether or not there's a way to, create some, either make it happen or create some encouragement along those lines, and whether it's legally impossible.
I think,
No, there would be some ways. I mean, we could play with it.
I think, okay, no, that's fine. I was just going to say, I think we're moving into a completely different sphere than ARPA.
No question, I was going to try to get, Roger had a question and then Linda.
I had a statement. When we looked at this, I went through it real fast, and I got to the place to make suggestions. I think the senior center needs to be on there. It is such a health issue in our community, and I think it very well qualifies. They've shown by what they've done under COVID restraints. They've expanded services based on the needs of the population they serve. And so I'm just putting that out there because I think the senior center is something that's been before us all, and it's something that we ought to at least give some consideration.
So put that on your list when you send it in.
I wanted to get it on the record.
On the record.
I can't send it out, but I can talk it out today.
Sure. Linda?
I was just thinking about the Johnny Creek project, and I just have a question. I'll just put it out there. So the estimate for that project is roughly $12 million. Does it make any sense? Is it helpful at all to put some part? Obviously 12 is more than 10.7, so we couldn't even do the whole project with the amount we have. But does it make sense to put any of the 10.7 million towards Johnny Creek? Or does that not even begin to make a dent in a useful way? When I'm thinking about my list, I'm just wondering, do I want to even put that on the list? Obviously, I want us to do something about Johnny Creek, but I'm wondering how useful it is to put any portion of this money towards that if it's not going to accomplish anything.
Can I take it? Yep. Skylar Allen, Utilities Engineer. So to address that, hopefully directly, the estimate for Johnny Creek includes a lot of different pieces of the project. The first piece that I mentioned in my prior comments was the main line going up Johnny Creek Road. Mm-hmm. That is critical to anything else coming online in that neighborhood. That piece we have approximately 90% designed, and the estimate on that is about $2 million. If we were to build that, that puts us a long ways toward being able to extend into the neighborhoods around Johnny Creek Road and have this project move forward. Beyond that, we have, each of those little neighborhoods has their own piece of whatever pipe we build into there, and then there's cost associated with individual connections onto those lines. All of that was included in that estimate that puts us at the $12 million, and as I said before, it's undetermined who pays for which portion of that.
But so there could be a case made to possibly put 2 million,
it.
and then that is getting us somewhere in terms of moving forward.
Certainly,
Okay.
that's an appropriate approach.
Absolutely, Chris?
So you're talking about, you mentioned the neighborhoods around Johnny Creek, and that reminded me that the Little Red Hen Development Corporation, or I was looking for Merrill, but above, where Johnny Creek Road dead ends now, that area all the way over behind Country Club, et cetera, and I know there is mainline sewer up, well, I don't know, but I'm assuming there's mainline sewer up Country Club or somewhere that services that subdivision. But would completing mainline up Johnny Creek be advantageous relative to the soon to come, or whenever, the reality that land is now being considered for development? Because, if you're going to run a straight line up to all the acreage that is right on top of Johnny Creek Road, rather than, go up, take what you've done to Country Club and then, do a 90-degree turn, so to speak. So can you speak to that?
I can. There is a portion of Johnny Creek which was not sewered when it was
Right.
originally developed, and then later development stages did
Right.
have sewer installed. So once you get south of Wildflower Drive
Right.
on Johnny Creek,
Right.
there is existing sewer, and that does flow more directly down to Bannock Highway. Along Country Club, there's another corridor or two.
Right.
Pipe comes down the hillside. The Little Red Hen property probably would not be benefited by an extension of the sewer line up Johnny Creek Road.
Okay.
Okay. All right, then it sounds to me like we've got a couple lists to get to you, and you've got a couple lists to get to us, at least to Ann, not us. And and then we'll go from there. Well, definitely, this will be an ongoing discussion about ARPA money and where it goes, but we need to kind of narrow it down, so let's get our ideas out there and then narrow it down.
Want to set a
And then go
time
from there.
limit
I would-
for
I-
submitting lists?
I would-
Because 2024 is going to be
If
here
I
in a
would,
minute.
I would, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Within the next 2 weeks, get Ann a list of
Okay.
things, and I will see if we can't get this capital list up today. You have this list right now. I'll see if we can't get that other sent to you today, this afternoon, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Thank you.
I got
Oh, what
one
do you
other
got?
real side. So just as a point of interest, these are the amounts that some of the other entities around us have received. I wasn't sure if you guys were aware of that or not. And then on the last page would be those resources that we had talked about as far as the YouTube video, the final rule, if you want to print that off and read it, and then the different things like that. So appreciate your time and your questions.
Thank you. Yep, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. With that, we are adjourned, and council will enter into a special meeting.
Thanks, good job.